Chapter 545. Although he was curious about how much power he had now, Yang Qin still couldn't test it. First, he was absorbing the fire seed, and second, Gong Sunling was condensing her Dan not far away, and it would not be so wonderful to disturb her. After the spiritual awareness double cultivation with Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness condensed to a jaw-dropping level. The third-grade fire seed that could improve Yang Chen's spiritual awareness before could no longer achieve the original effect. Perhaps Yang Chen's primary yin-yang heaven-burning fire already contains enough third-grade fire seeds. After Yang Chen completely absorbed a third-grade fire seed this time, it was not like before. The spiritual awareness skyrocketed. It only increased a little at best. Yang Chen's early Yuanying stage spiritual awareness was promoted to the peak of the early Yuanying stage. With this fire seeds test, Yang Chen was overjoyed. At least according to this situation, he would at least absorb the fire seed to the Jedon stage, and he would not have to worry about the splitting of his spiritual awareness. As for after the Jedon stage, there would be no big trouble for the time being. After all, it was a big realm. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire that absorbed a third-grade fire seed did not have much change for the time being, but the two fire dragons in his sea of consciousness had become a lot bigger. Originally, he could vaguely distinguish the head and the tail. Now it was clearer, but it was still far from becoming two fire dragons. Yang Chen did not stop and continued again. There were still several third-grade fire seeds in the profound spirit furnace, which could almost balance the third fire and fourth fire. Yang Chen certainly would not waste it and continued to absorb. Time could not be saved, but he could save energy. Yang Chen did not expect the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to have this kind of benefit. He was happy and leisurely. He cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the process of absorbing the flame. Yang Chen has completed the cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique and is now entering the second stage. Unfortunately, the first stage and the second stage were the most developed stages of the cultivator's body shape. This also meant that Yang Chen's current body shape would last for a long time. However, for the time being, Yang Chen did not seem to reject such a body shape. It was precisely because of such a body shape that Gong Sunling had to adopt a very ambiguous posture when she cooperated with Yang Chen to practice. Although Yang Chen didn't have too many thoughts, he didn't reject the feeling when the two of them were intimate. If he were to dual cultivate with his master, would he also have to make such an ambiguous gesture with his master? Yang Chen suddenly looked forward to it, looking forward to the spiritual awareness double cultivation with his master again. Under Yang Chen's somewhat malicious anticipation, Gong Sunling's core condensation process was finally completed. The moment it was completed, it triggered another huge heaven and earth anomaly. The heaven and earth spiritual energy quickly gathered on Gong Sunling's body, and it only stopped after 2 hours. Congratulations! Congratulations! 2 congratulatory words came from Gao Yu and Yang Chen's mouth. Gong Sunling opened her eyes and heard the voices of the two people before she got up. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, junior brother Yang. Gong Sunling, of course, knew why the two were here. They were all guarding her, so she immediately thanked them. Speaking of it, Gong Sunling was the first to be promoted to the Jedon stage in Yang Chen's small group. Gao Yu's water attribute, spiritual power cultivation, was a bit late. Reaching the peak foundation stage was already an outstanding cultivation speed, but she still didn't catch up with Gong Sunling. Whether it was Gong Sunling or Gao Yu, both women were newly promoted and needed a long time to consolidate their cultivation base. Especially Gong Sunling. She had just condensed her Dan. If she didn't spend more than 10 years to consolidate it, it would have an impact on her future cultivation base. In Yang Chen's current state, he didn't need the two women to protect him. The two women knew that they couldn't help him. They made an appointment to go to the door of the Jedon stage and left Yang Chen alone here. Alone here, Yang Chen was more focused. While absorbing the fire seeds, he continued to cultivate the body refining technique. The absorption of the fire seeds was automatic, but Yang Chen was now a little worried. In his previous life, there was only one kind of spiritual power Jedon, but now Yang Chen has to face two kinds of fire attribute spiritual power at the same time. What kind of abnormalities would there be? This problem did not require Yang Chen to think for a long time, and soon Yang Chen had to face it. After continuing to absorb two kinds of third-grade flames, Yang Chen found that his spiritual awareness cultivation base had once again risen to the middle Yuanying stage. Next, there were two more kinds of third-grade fire seeds. This time, Yang Chen was finally pushed to the edge of the Jedon stage. Boom! The two fire dragons in his body at this moment suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. The fire dragons formed by the yin-yang heaven-burning fire suddenly began to shrink rapidly, and in a short time they became two pocket-sized fire dragons. The two small fire dragons were still purple and cyan. In the perception of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, they quickly shrank into two sesame-sized fireballs. This was the precursor of the Jedon stage. The two Jedon seeds had begun to take shape. The next step was for Yang Chen to nourish and strengthen the Jedon. Yang Chen was familiar with the process of Jedon, but condensing two Jedon seeds at the same time was something that Yang Chen didn't expect. However, Yang Chen's mind was firm, and he was naturally not too surprised. 2 was 2. Anyway, his yin-yang 5 elements secret art had 10 kinds of spiritual power, and he didn't feel that it would be a normal Jedon. The surrounding spiritual power was madly supplemented and injected into the two Jedon seeds. The two sesame-sized seeds also slowly grew with the influx of spiritual power. However, the speed of increase was almost comparable to a snail's crawl, or even worse. Such a huge supply of spiritual power, it only increased a little bit in Yang Chen's feeling. If he wanted to reach the normal size of at least an egg, such a day would last for at least a year. Fortunately, Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire was different from other people's Jedon, and it could still be quickly supplemented by swallowing the fire seeds. And it just so happened that Yang Chen still had a lot of third-grade fire seeds in his hands. The Jedon seed has been formed. As soon as the flame in Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace touched Yang Chen's hand, it automatically turned into a purple light or cyan light and entered the Jedon seed. With the infusion of spiritual power and the flame swallowing, the Jedon seed began to grow at twice the growth rate of the ordinary Jedon seed. What surprised Yang Chen was that the two Jedon seeds could absorb two kinds of third-grade fire seeds at the same time. The third fire and fourth fire were absorbed at the same time, and the speed was doubled. The spiritual power in Yang Chen's body was 10 times more than that of others. At this time, the double Jedon seeds were formed, and the spiritual power absorbed was at least twice as much as that of ordinary people. For a time, the spiritual power of the surrounding spiritual vein was almost sucked into the body by Yang Chen like a whale sucking water. Chapter 546. If someone was next to him, they would find that Yang Chen had now become a huge black hole. The spiritual power of several spiritual veins gathered madly towards Yang Chen. Even if it was next to him, it was impossible to absorb any spiritual power here. 2 Jedon seeds, and they were both fire-attributed Jedon seeds. Under the yin and yang complementation, they showed a terrifying ability to absorb spiritual power during the seed period. The huge spiritual power entered Yang Chen's body. After the simple absorption of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, it directly came to the 2 Jedon seeds of Yang Chen in his dantian. At this time, whether it was the fire attribute, spiritual power, or other attributes, the Jedon seeds seemed to be hungry, and all of them were absorbed. When Gao Yu and Gong Sunling came back to see Yang Chen together, they found that he was already in the process of nourishing the Jedon seeds. Neither of the 2 women said much. They just sat and watched from a distance, guarding him from a distance. This nourishment, Yang Chen absorbed all the third-grade fire seeds. It took more than a year for the Jedon seeds to finally be nourished and grow to the size of a plum. At this point, the nourishment process was completely over. At the end of the process, the spiritual power of heaven and earth rioted again, which lasted for almost 3 hours. Compared to Gong Suinling's half an hour, it was several times more time. After the formation of the Jedon, the fire attribute, spiritual power, seemed to be directly compressed by 10 times, and even the overall speed of spiritual power absorption was at least 3 or 4 times faster. The Jedon stage was fundamentally different from the foundation stage. The change in the sea of consciousness seemed to be the least obvious. Even the 2 fire dragons were still 2 fire dragons. However, the change was not obvious compared to the previous appearance. It was not substantial. When the spiritual power broke out in the late stage, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was also like the Jedon seeds, shrinking rapidly and was compressed at least 3 times. The original 150 acres of the sea of consciousness was almost reduced to 50 acres according to the original proportion. Then it was the process of absorbing Yang Chen's spiritual awareness madly and strengthening it again. At the end of the process, it was restored to its original size. However, in terms of density, his current sea of consciousness was already at least dozens of times larger than before. Yang Chen's spiritual sense soared again when he entered the Golden Core realm, from the Middle Nascent Soul realm, the Late Nascent Soul realm, and directly soared to the Peak Nascent Soul realm. The compression of the sea of consciousness also meant that the quality of the spiritual awareness had been further improved. At this time, the spiritual awareness of the peak Yuanying stage was many times stronger than that of Yang Chen before the double cultivation. At this moment, even if the golden bell rang directly at Yang Chen would not be affected. The spiritual awareness cultivated by the 3 Purities secret art and the Supreme Mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra was very different from the ordinary spiritual awareness. A 3rd grade fire seed has been completely unable to improve the level of Yang Chen's fire attribute spirit power, and even the effect of improving his spiritual awareness is limited. If he wanted to continue to absorb fire seeds to level up, he would need at least a 4th grade fire seed. Unfortunately, at the 4th grade fire seed, it was already a precious fire seed. Most fire elementalists would choose to keep it for their own use, and few people would sell it. Even if it was sold, it was also at the internal auction of the major sections. Although Chunyang Palace promised a large number of spirit stones and sect contributions, they have not received a 4th grade fire seed or above. For Yang Chen, who already had several kinds of 5th grade fire seeds in his hands, the 4th grade fire seed was not too precious. But unfortunately for the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire, the 4th grade fire seed was a necessary thing. The upgrade of the Yin-Yang heaven-burning fire could not skip a certain level. Just as it was formed at the beginning, although there were already several kinds of 3rd grade fire seeds, it still needed 99981 kinds of fire seeds to form. Continuing to absorb the fire seeds of various grades for a long time would be what Yang Chen had to do. Fortunately, Yang Chen was now a famous alchemy master. As long as he was willing to come up with some high-level medicinal pills, it was not a big problem to exchange some fire seeds. If Yang Chen was willing to exchange with the questioning inner heart pill, maybe even the 6th grade fire seed could be exchanged. For some masters of the Deshang stage like Wu Xiong, the 5th grade lunar true fire was not a difficult thing. The only thing they needed was to know where there was this kind of fire seed. It was not a problem at all to collect it. In addition to the fire attribute spirit power, the other spirit powers of the other elements, under the joint effect of the 3rd fire and 4th fire at the same time, were upgraded again and quickly rose to the 9th layer of the foundation stage. One more step and he would enter the peak of the foundation stage. When the surrounding spirit power slowly calmed down, Yang Chen finally opened his eyes slowly. With a trace of his spiritual awareness, Yang Chen felt the difference from the foundation stage. The range was directly expanded several times. As long as he concentrated, Yang Chen could even clearly perceive the movement within dozens of miles, and it was more sensitive than before. The three purities secret art was indeed amazing, which also made Yang Chen even more strange. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who cultivated the three purities secret art, did not notice the actions of the rebel army. Was there something like the sea pouring jasper cup to protect their whole body before they acted, so that their spiritual awareness could not detect them? This was obviously impossible. If this kind of thing was everywhere, it would be too cheap. Would it be worth the old Dragon King to collect it in the treasure house? Then the only possibility was that there was another hidden story. On this issue, Yang Chen would not delve into it for the time being, and he did not have the ability to delve into it. People in the mortal world, why do they care so much about the affairs of the heavenly court? The important thing was that in his previous life he cultivated for more than 300 years before he reached the condensing Dan, and in this life Yang Chen only took a short period of more than 80 years. Yang Chen entered the Jedon realm. Gao Yu was even happier than her own realm. The only thing that made the two women somewhat dissatisfied was that Yang Chen was now very strong because of the cultivation of the yellow, turban, strongman body, refining technique. He was simply a rude man among the rude men. Walking with him, there was a feeling of losing face. After the promotion of the general people, the overall temperament has changed. Although Yang Chen has entered the Jedon realm from the foundation stage, except for his body shape, there is no change at all from before. Yang Chen was still the same Yang Chen, even the tone of his speech has not changed at all. Master, it's up to you. Yang Chen now challenged Gao Yu, the only one whose main spiritual power has not yet entered the Jedon realm. Let's see if your condensing Dan is faster, or if my other attributes of spiritual power condensing Dan are faster. Gao Yu herself was a fire attribute Jedon, and now her water attribute was about to enter the Jedon realm. Naturally, she understood that Yang Chen's words were not bragging, and immediately responded, "Let's wait and see." Chapter 547. This seclusion lasted for a total of 15 years. Yang Chen had long said that he would never come out until he condensed the Dan. For Yang Chen's decision, several elders of Chunying Palace, including the head of the palace, unanimously agreed. Yang Chen was now their star of hope, and everyone wanted Yang Chen to take over the great responsibility of Chunying Palace in the future. He was in retreat in Chunying Palace, and his safety was absolutely guaranteed. At least there was no need for the few big shots to worry about it. The retreat of the three people this time was not similar to that of ordinary people. When others retreat, they would hate to be in the state of cultivation all the time, to warm their spiritual power and then break through the shackles in one fell swoop and enter a higher realm. But for Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling, the retreat was not so boring. They just followed the general way of cultivation, normal cultivation. They had to consolidate their cultivation base, and even the two women had to go outside the safety line to fight. Such a method of seclusion made many people feel that it was unfair to see it. The last time they refined the questioning inner heart pill was 40 years ago. Yang Chen had long said that he would refine a furnace after 30 years, and now it had been delayed for 10 years. It just so happened that Yang Chen still needed to consolidate his realm, and Gao Yu still had the last step and needed a period of consolidation before continuing to attack the Jedon stage. Yang Chen did not go out, but refined a furnace of questioning inner heart pills in the Immortal's cave. This time, the three people were all concentrated in the portal of the Jedon stage. This was the first time that Yang Chen came here, but it was not much different from the foundation establishment stage. But the spiritual power was much more intense. What was surprising was that in this Immortal's cave in the portal of the Jedon stage, there were several alchemy rooms, just suitable for Yang Chen's alchemy. It was not known where some underground fire veins were locked in the alchemy room. Although they were not like the earth core fire, they were the most suitable for refining certain medicinal pills. Yang Chen no longer needed these fire veins. He had his own alchemy furnace and various kinds of fire seeds. What he wanted was just this place. The two women knew that he would not be in any danger within the safety line, so they did not protect him. Once again, they went out to fight with the puppets and monsters. While accumulating experience, they were also consolidating their own cultivation base. Especially Gao Yu, although the fire attribute spirit power had long been condensed, the water attribute spirit power still stayed at the peak of the foundation stage. The water attribute spirit power fighting here was almost a cross-level challenge. For Gao Yu, every time she defeated a monster, it was a new process of understanding of herself. His spiritual power and spiritual awareness were much higher than the last time he refined the questioning inner heart pill. In addition, the spiritual power here was abundant. Yang Chen refining the questioning inner heart pill was more handy. Not only that, the grade of the profound spirit furnace was almost improved by at least a few grades compared with the last refining, so that the efficiency of refining was almost several times higher. Since he wanted to refine it, Yang Chen simply planned to refine more. In addition to handing it over to the sect, he also planned to keep some for himself. For others, the questioning inner heart pill was a great thing. For Yang Chen, it was just a snack supplement for himself when he consolidated his cultivation base for a period of time. The medicinal materials put into the profound spirit furnace this time were at least twice as much as the last time he refined the questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen now has the confidence to control more medicinal materials. The 4C's mysterious coral liquid could ensure that there would be no big mistakes in the process of alchemy. However, Yang Chen did not add it. It did not have the slightest benefit to his own skills in alchemy. Yang Chen only needed to be prepared just in case. The refining process was far easier than the last time. The same time, but the amount of medicinal materials was 3 times that of the previous year. It was still successfully completed without any twists and turns. However, Yang Chen did not stop there, but continued to start the second grade refining. The questioning inner heart pill was one of the few high-level medicinal pills suitable for mortal cultivators among the medicinal pills that Yang Chen knew. It was just right to challenge the second grade refining. If others knew that Yang Chen was refining the second grade questioning inner heart pill at this time, it was estimated that they would immediately rush out to stop it. Not to mention anything else. Just the first grade questioning inner heart pill that was refined by a furnace of medicinal materials that were 10,000 years old. Once the second grade refining failed, what kind of loss would it be? Under normal circumstances, even if some senior alchemists have the mind to challenge the second grade refining or even higher grades, the embarrassment of the raw materials in their hands will make them flinch. Just like the last time Deng Ya, Zhu Peng, and He Lianyun. Even if they wanted to refine the second grade heaven seizing pill, they could not get it. There was only one set of medicinal materials, and it was almost wasted. Where would they have the chance to carry out the second grade refining? Only a rich guy like Yang Chen, who didn't take the 10,000 years elixir seriously, would have the financial glory to waste it like this. Of course, only someone like Yang Chen would have the kind of confidence and mentality that he was not afraid of the refining failure at all. Even if he lost a lot, he would have the confidence and mentality to attack a higher refining level. This was very important. The more you don't care about these elixirs, the less you will be affected by the value of the elixirs, and you can play your own level normally or even extraordinarily. Yang Chen really didn't care about these elixirs, and naturally there was not much pressure. In this mentality, the process of the second grade refining was exceptionally smooth, except for an occasional operating error in the middle of the process, which led to the loss of a few questioning inner heart pills. At other times, Yang Chen has been accurately and perfectly controlling the process. The second grade refining directly took Yang Chen a full 2 years, even longer than the time of the first grade refining. This was understandable by everyone. After all, Yang Chen was already familiar with the first grade refining, but the second grade refining was a challenge. The difficulty was even higher. For the level of medicinal pills like the questioning inner heart pill, whether it was the spiritual power or the fire, The requirements were at least twice as high as the first grade refining. Seeing that the second grade refining was completed, there were dozens of round second grade questioning inner heart pills in the pill furnace. Yang Qin suddenly began to hesitate. Should he grit his teeth and spend some second grade questioning inner heart pills to challenge the third grade questioning inner heart pills? The second grade questioning inner heart pill was the limit that Yang Chen could challenge with his current cultivation base. When this hesitation appeared, Yang Chen knew that it was time to give up. Without that kind of indomitable mentality, even if it was refining, there would be many failures. Moreover, the second grade questioning inner heart pill was taken out. It was enough to shock the world. If he really took out the third grade questioning inner heart pill, it would definitely make some sects restless. Yang Qin took a long breath and began the process of collecting the pills. Several methods of collecting pills in the elderly Lord Pill scripture were used one by one, and the lid of the profound spirit furnace directly flew up. Suddenly, an abundant spiritual power ripple, centered on the profound spirit furnace, spread out to the surrounding. With a kind of momentum, it directly filled the entire space. Chapter 548. This spiritual power was neutral and peaceful, carrying a momentum that could calm people's hearts. Wherever it passed, no matter what monster it was, they all stood directly in place. At that moment, the minds of all the demonic beasts were empty, and there was no longer any fighting or killing. Of course, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling immediately noticed this aura. When the ripples of spiritual power swept past, the monster fighting with them suddenly stopped and suddenly changed from the state of battle to calm. The two women themselves were the same, but their spiritual awareness cultivation base was still stronger than all the Jian stage monsters here. Yang Chen's alchemy was not hidden from them, and they immediately realized that Yang Chen's alchemy was completed. Hurrying back to the place where Yang Chen was alchemy, the two women saw Yang Chen sitting at the stone table in the yard with a smile, drinking jade dragon wine while waiting for them. On the table, there was also a plate of peeled 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit as a side dish to go with the wine, looking very leisurely. Is the questioning inner heart pill refined? Gong Sunling asked when she saw him. Yang Chen nodded with a smile but didn't say much. He just motioned the two women to sit around the table. He found 2 jade cups from his chinquan bag and filled them up for the two women. It seemed that a plate of 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit was not enough for the 3 of them to taste the wine. Yang Chen had 1,000-year-old ginseng and 1,000-year-old sealwort in his hand. The sword light in his hand flashed a few times, and there were 2 more plates of ginseng and sealwort slices on the table. Unfortunately, there is no good seasoning, otherwise it can be made more delicious. Yang Chen sighed with a little regret, then picked up the wine glass. Master, senior sister, let's celebrate. Listening to Yang Chen's words, the two women were speechless for a while. The 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old sealwort, 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit. Any one of these things would make people fight over them. But here, they became Yang Chen's side dishes, and he even lamented that they didn't taste good. If someone knew that Yang Chen was wasting things like this, it was unknown whether they would rush up and beat up Yang Chen. At least Gao Yu and Yang Chen had such an impulse. Yang Chen wasn't trying to show off. After all, when he found out that there was another door in the herb garden, the 1,000-year-old elixirs at the outermost layer were no longer that unimaginable. To Yang Chen, such a large amount of food was just ordinary food. Eating and drinking was not a problem at all. Do you like delicious food? Gao Yu had never heard Yang Chen say that he had such a hobby. She couldn't help but ask with her eyes shining. Of course, I like delicious food. Yang Chen certainly nodded. He used to be in a hurry to cultivate and didn't have much time to ponder these things. But now that he had succeeded in condensing the pill, he had a lot of time to squander, and naturally would not reject it. In his previous life, he had tasted some of the best delicacies in the heavenly court. To be honest, those real masters did not reject these enjoyments. Blind hard work. Sometimes it was not the key to becoming a master. On the contrary, it was the right way to relax and relax. Yang Chen's kindness, of course, the two women would not waste it. Not long ago, the two women had fought for a long time, and these supplements could just restore their battle losses. What's more, Yang Chen's alchemy success was naturally to be celebrated. After drinking a few glasses of wine, the two women were a little drunk. Yang Chen directly mixed some 4C's mysterious coral liquid in the distiller's yeast and gave it to the two women again. When the two women woke up from a deep sleep, they didn't know what had happened, but they soon knew what the reason was. The 4C's mysterious coral liquid was such a precious thing, and Yang Chen actually gave it to them in such a luxurious way, which made the two women inevitably feel a little distressed. Yang Chen pushed 2 small jade boxes in front of the two women. "Take this medicinal pill immediately, it is good." The two women opened the jade box and immediately saw the second grade, questioning inner heart pill wrapped in a talisman in the jade box. The two women knew that Yang Chen was refining the questioning inner heart pill before, but they didn't know what the questioning inner heart pill looked like. Yang Chen didn't say anything. Although the two women had some doubts, when they saw that it was a second-grade medicinal pill, they did not associate this medicinal pill with the questioning inner heart pill. Since Yang Chen said that there were benefits, the two women naturally would not doubt it. Anyway, Yang Chen would not harm them. The two women had even eaten the 4C's mysterious coral liquid, and naturally they were not afraid to accept a small medicinal pill from Yang Chen. No one was polite. They picked it up and removed the talisman, and then swallowed it into their abdomen. The effect of the medicine was quick and miraculous. The two women immediately noticed the abnormality, and then quickly entered the state of cultivation. Gong Sunling was fine. She succeeded in condensing her Dan, and was in the stage of consolidating her cultivation base. The questioning inner heart pill directly let her enter the deepest level of meditation. According to this way, it would only be good for her. There was no harm. Gao Yu was on the verge of breaking through. Because of the cultivation of the 10th water true essence, her cultivation base had been raised to the peak of the foundation stage. While consolidating her cultivation base, she was also looking for the opportunity to condense her Dan. This questioning inner heart pill directly let Gao Yu vaguely touch the direction of the Jiedan stage. The spiritual power of the whole body was flowing with unprecedented concentration, and the surrounding spiritual power also began to resonate with Gao Yu. The questioning inner heart pill was worthy of being a questioning inner heart pill. It could indeed allow people to deal with their own cultivation in the most rational way. Gao Yu knew that her consolidation time was not long enough, and the realm of the peak foundation stage was still not completely stable. So she forcibly suppressed this idea of upgrading, and began to use this resonance of spiritual power to start a steady cultivation. Yang Chen's face also showed a smile. This questioning inner heart pill could at least shorten the time for Gao Yu to consolidate her realm by half, which was enough for Gao Yu to condense her Dan. Both women were immersed in cultivation, and Yang Chen naturally had to protect them. There would be no danger here, but Yang Chen was also just in case. Once again, he took out the sword embryo of the first wood flying sword and began to further carve. This kind of carving was not directly operated on the flying sword, but Yang Chen used the purest first with spirit power to condense into a secret technique and kept hitting it on the sword embryo, so that the sword embryo could change its appearance according to his own needs. Yang Chen was very focused. Yang Chen, whose cultivation base had risen greatly, was not as difficult as before. Soon, the first wood sword embryo, under the control of Yang Chen, began to slowly appear a sword tip, a sword blade, a sword ridge, a sword hilt, a sword edge, and a well-behaved flying sword began to slowly take shape. After the complete flying sword was formed, Yang Chen began to mark it with a spiritual awareness, and then began to use the heavenly dry treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art to start the sacrificial refining. Every sacrificial refining, he used the universe treasure raising secret art to maintain it. At this point, the Penglai Divine Wood Sword finally had the appearance of a flying sword, becoming the most basic flying sword. Chapter 549. Yang Qin did not directly upgrade the first wood flying sword all the way with the heavenly dry treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art to the highest level he could upgrade now. Instead, he simply refined the second stage of the heavenly dipper and the second stage of the earth fiend and stopped temporarily. The Penglai Divine Wood flying sword has not yet added enough auxiliary materials. The Penglai Divine Wood alone was a little lacking. This was also one of the great Yin and Yang 5 elements flying sword that required Yang Chen's lifetime sacrificial refining. Yang Chen certainly had to be cautious. The two women took the questioning inner heart pill and began to cultivate for a long time. Yang Chen sat aside and began to think about what to do next. The Taishanmen and Yang Lan must be removed. However, Yang Lan's qualifications were not very good. Until now, he has not made a name for himself among the Taishanmen. After Yang Chen went out, he planned to send someone to explore Yang Lan's current movements and see what opportunities there were. It was not so easy to deal with the Taishanmen for the time being. After all, the Taishanmen were still considered to be the dominant force. Speaking of it, it was still like the sun in the sky. Not to mention that Yang Chen was alone, even if he pulled the whole Chunying Palace. He was not their opponent. The news of the rebellion of the heavenly court has not yet spread to the mortal world, but sects like the Taishanmen would definitely have someone pass the news down, so that the mortal Taishanmen could respond as soon as possible and control the resources of the mortal world. At that time, the Taishanmen would definitely be more domineering with the support of the upper echelons. Thinking of this, Yang Chen suddenly felt that he had grasped something and was excited. It was not so easy to pass the news down from the upper echelons, from the immortal world to the spiritual world, and then from the spiritual world to the mortal world. At least several great, principal, golden immortals had to pay the price of abolishing thousands of years of cultivation, and what was passed down was at most a consciousness clone. However, even if it was a consciousness clone, it was at least a consciousness clone of a great, principal, golden immortal. In this process, it also required the help of extremely complex formations. Both the upper realm and the mortal realm had to agree on a precise time and spend a lot of precious materials and effort to complete it. Of course, this kind of clone consciousness would definitely be of great help to a big sect like the Taishanmen. However, the price to pay was too high. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use such a method. The heavenly court had rebelled and a new Jade Emperor had taken office. This was definitely a piece of news worth notifying. Furthermore, in order to control the resources of the mortal world, a powerful expert's clone consciousness had to descend to the mortal world. The celestial world's Black Heaven sect had already taken over the heavenly court, so it wasn't like they couldn't afford the price. From the immortal world to the spiritual world, from the spiritual world to the mortal world, and from the spiritual world to the mortal world, one after another. With the experience in Yang Chen's memory, it seemed that it would take decades or even centuries to complete. It had been almost 90 years since Yang Chen entered the immortal beheading platform. In his memory, it seemed that a few years later, there would be another very unusual change in the world. Now that he thought about it, it should be passed down by the consciousness clone of the upper realm. The reason why Yang Chen was so sure was that after Yang Chen ascended, he also heard from others that the Black Heaven sect had once sent someone's consciousness clone to the mortal world. Secondly, after that incident, the behavior of the Taishanmen in the mortal world changed. Not only were they more imposing than they were now, but they also coerced many small sects to join the Taishanmen one by one, further strengthening their strength. Later, Chunying Palace was also forced, which led to the death of his master and the destruction of Chunying Palace. This was a hatred that Yang Chen would never forget. Now that he thought about it, he still gritted his teeth. With the consciousness clone descending to the mortal world, Yang Chen's mind finally formed a complete idea. If he destroyed the consciousness clone of a master of the heavenly court to the mortal world this time, it must be very fun. This kind of magic circle to receive the consciousness clone of the master of the upper realm must be in a secret place in the territory of the Taishanmen. If there was a problem when this magic circle was in operation, once the consciousness clone of the master of the upper realm collapsed, it would bring a disaster comparable to the heavenly tribulation. Liang Xiaoming, the spy placed by the Taishanmen in Chunying Palace, had been dug out by Yang Qin. However, he used dozens of Gui Shui Yin thunder to directly blow up one of the clones of the old tree demon, and also blew up the entire mountain gate of Chunying Palace. This kind of hatred was almost equivalent to the destruction of the family. Yang Qin had to take revenge. Taking the opportunity to detonate the consciousness clone of the master of the upper realm, the mountain gate of the Taishanmen would only be more miserable than the Chunying Palace. When Yang Chen thought of this result, his heart couldn't help but begin to itch. He couldn't wait to run out and arrange it now, and then wait for the master of the Taishanmen to fall into the trap. Counting with his fingers, there were still more than 10 years, enough for Yang Chen to finish all the things here. Destroying the future development plan of the Taishanmen had no conflict with Yang Chen's revenge plan at all. While accelerating this matter, he could also avenge the destruction of the mountain gate of Chunying Palace. Yang Chen certainly had to seize this good opportunity. With a temporary goal, Yang Chen even had a backbone for his cultivation. With his current cultivation, he did not need the help of the questioning inner heart pill at all. Now he was guarding here entirely for his master. Seeing that his master had now noticed her strangeness in the water attribute cultivation, perhaps at a suitable time, Yang Chen could also tell the matter of the acquired spiritual root to the head of the palace in advance. With this acquired spiritual root, the Chunying Palace would definitely be able to find more excellent disciples. The cultivation world knew about the acquired spiritual root almost 1,000 years later. In his previous life, it was not until then that Gao Yu discovered that she had the acquired water spiritual root, which also caused a certain guy in the Taishanmen to covet it. Yang Chen remembered that it was also the Taishanmen who announced the discovery. This kind of major discovery, of course, Yang Chen would not leave it to the Taishanmen to let them gain fame. When the time came, Yang Chen intended to announce it to the public 100 years in advance. Anyway, with a few hundred years of advance, it was enough for the Chunying Palace to operate and develop. He was thinking about it in his mind. Since the Taishanmen would coerce some small sects and rogue cultivators to join the Taishanmen to strengthen their strength, the Chunying Palace seemed to be able to do the same. As long as there was no too harsh means, under coercion and temptation, there would be a large number of rogue cultivators who would come to join. The more Yang Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. He was unaware that he, a little Jedon stage master, was now planning these things for the Chunying Palace. In his mind, Gao Yu would definitely be promoted to the position of the headmaster in the future. To plan for the Chunying Palace was to plan for his master. Yang Chen would never be stingy. What he had to do for the time being was to wait for his master and senior sister to come out of this retreat. Then Yang Chen planned to go out in the name of traveling and slowly start to plot against the Taishanmen. He didn't know when the Taishanmen's mountain gate was destroyed to the ground. Those guys would still be able to laugh. Chapter 550. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling's small retreat directly lasted for 5 years. After taking the first grade questioning inner heart pill, it took half a year for the Deshang stage masters Hua Wanting and Min Huafeng to consume the medicinal power. The two women were only in the early Jedon stage, and they took the second grade questioning inner heart pill, so it naturally took a longer time. During this time, Yang Chen did a lot of things. The 4 C's mysterious coral liquid. Yang Chen fed Xiao Tian no less than 10 times. removing the impurities in its body as much as possible, so that the blood of Shao Tian was more pure. As for Yang Qin himself, of course, he did not take it less. After being promoted to the Jiedan stage master, some of the originally absorbed power in the body was stimulated, and it also brought more impurities. When Yang Chen was cultivating the yellow turban strongman body, refining technique, he suddenly noticed this. Compared with his previous cultivation after the promotion, there was some spiritual power blockage. This was obviously not the result of the body refining technique entering the second layer. After some exploration, Yang Chen discovered this. Fortunately, there was the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, which could allow Yang Chen to expel the impurities in his body at any time. Otherwise, so many impure things would be deposited in Yang Chen's body, and sooner or later there would be a big problem. After enjoying the process of detoxification of the 4 C's mysterious coral liquid, Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique once again restored the refreshing posture of cultivation. Yang Chen also knew that, for the time being, he had no big problems. With nothing to do, Yang Chen roughly tested his current strength. The method he used was still the same stupid method as before. After roughly estimating the weight of a large pile of stones, he refined it into a huge stone pillar and waved it. According to Yang Chen's calculation, his current physical strength was about 500,000 jin to 600,000 jin, which was close to the strength of 20,000 jin, which was double the effect after completing the first layer of the body refining technique. It could be seen that Yang Chen's body was already outstanding to the extreme. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire was basically formed and entered the primary stage. Yang Chen did not waste time and directly sent the bright ray sword to the purple fire dragon in his sea of consciousness according to the sacrificial refining method of the life source magic weapon. This also requires decades or hundreds of years of hard work. Anyway, now Yang Chen has the blood demon vine flying sword, which can come in handy for the time being. Moreover, thousands of ordinary flying sword, as long as there was Shao Tian, any one of them would be a peerless weapon. At this stage, it was enough. The first wood flying sword had just been formed and needed more sacrificial refining and nourishment. At the same time, more materials related to the first wood were needed to strengthen it. Yang Chen suddenly discovered that although he was rich, some high-end refining materials were very lacking. It seemed that it was necessary to strengthen the collection of this aspect in the future. The 3 purities secret art Yang Chen could already cultivate boldly with confidence. After the peak yuanying stage, if he wanted to step into the Deshang stage, it was not something that could be accomplished with a little bit of effort. The spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage was very different from that of the yuanying stage. Not to mention the 3rd grade fire seed. Even the 5th grade fire seeds, such as the Sun True Fire and Moon True Fire, were not necessarily able to upgrade the spiritual awareness from the early Deshang stage to the peak of the early Deshang stage. This was the gap. After being promoted to the Jiedan realm, for the time being, there was no need to worry about the problem of the spiritual awareness splitting. The 3 purities secret art was such a powerful cultivation method. It must be practiced diligently. Even Yang Chen still had a little aftertaste of the wonderful taste of the spiritual awareness double cultivation with his master and senior sister. It's just that there will be opportunities in the future, and whether his master and senior sister are willing to double cultivate with him again was still a problem. For Yang Chen, there was still an important thing to do after his seclusion. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire wanted to be upgraded. It was necessary to get more 3rd grade and 4th grade fire seeds. The 3rd grade was easy to say. He could pay a lot of money with spirit stones. The 4th grade fire seed, however, required some luck. Yang Chen could only find it in person, or exchange it with others with medicinal pills. Everything was for the cultivation base. If the cultivation base did not go up, everything was empty talk. Before Yang Chen met Luo Yuan, he could only flee, which fully explained this point. Fortunately, now that Yang Chen was promoted to the Jiedan realm, even if he couldn't beat him, driving the shuttle would not necessarily be able to catch up with him. This was a life-saving means. The Golden Bell was naturally more and more powerful. At least after Yang Chen was not afraid of the bell, the enemy's attack could be unscrupulously received. Unless he could kill Yang Chen in one blow, he would definitely be countered by the bell. The only pity was that even if Yang Chen reached the Jedon realm, he still couldn't sacrificial refine the Golden Bell. Otherwise, Yang Chen really wanted to know how powerful the Golden Bell resonance would be when the 9 dragons flew together. Of course, the most important thing was that in addition to the fire attribute spiritual power, Yang Chen had not yet condensed the other 8 spiritual powers. He still needed some opportunities to be able to cultivate all the spiritual powers to the Jedon realm. This also required Yang Chen to pay attention to it all the time. Having reached the Jedon realm, Yang Chen still thought about whether he could go to the Dragon Palace treasure house and see if he could open 1 or 2 more restrictions. These have been obtained. Each of them made Yang Chen pleasantly surprised. He believed that the remaining ones would bring even more surprises to Yang Chen. Time passed slowly in the process of Yang Chen planning for himself and Chunying Palace. Of course, when he was guarding, Yang Chen did not forget to consolidate his own cultivation base. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements secret art was still fixed to cultivate 1 cycle every day. The 3 Purities secret art and the Universe Treasure Raising secret art were not neglected every day. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique was the focus of his cultivation, not to mention anything else. Just this body shape reminded Yang Chen to cultivate quickly. Otherwise, if he walked out like this, he would definitely be laughed at. Yang Chen himself was certainly not afraid of anyone laughing at him. But Yang Chen was afraid that because of him, his master would be pointed at by others. Therefore, what Yang Chen could do was to work hard and strive to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the 3rd realm in a short period of time. At that time, the body shape would slowly develop to normal. Gong Suanling's current cultivation base was higher than that of Gao Yu's water attribute spirit power, so she came out earlier than Gao Yu. After opening her eyes, she realized what she had done. The first reaction was to ask Yang Chen directly, "What kind of medicinal pill is that?" 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen replied casually, but his eyes were carefully looking at his senior apprentice sister. 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill. How could Gong Sunling not have heard of the name of the questioning inner heart pill? When she heard that Yang Chen actually gave her and Gao Yu the 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill, she couldn't help but exclaim. Something that could let a master of the Deshang stage break through after swallowing it. She actually ate 1 after she had just condensed her core. Such a reckless waste of natural resources. Gong Sunling had a feeling of wanting to beat her chest and stamp her feet. Chapter 551. The questioning inner heart pill and the heaven-seizing pill were both known as medicinal pills that could allow a master of the Deshang stage to break through. But, strictly speaking, the heaven-seizing pill was still stronger. The heaven-seizing pill could allow a master of the peak Deshang stage to ascend. It directly relied on the pill's spirit and powerful medicinal effects to help the cultivator to ascend from the outside. The questioning inner heart pill belonged to the medicinal pill that unearthed the internal potential of the cultivator and let the cultivator improve their mental cultivation. In essence, the questioning inner heart pill did not directly help the cultivator improve their cultivation base. It still depended on the cultivator themselves. However, the advantage of the questioning inner heart pill was that it could be adapted to almost everyone. There was no need to worry about the lack of cultivation base, and there would be life-threatening danger after taking it. Which was better or worse? It could be said that each had its own advantages. The 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill, with an additional refining, the effect was completely different. In terms of value, it was already infinitely close to the heaven-seizing pill. When she thought that she had taken a 2nd grade questioning inner heart pill in an unknown situation, Gong Sunling had a feeling that her heart was being twisted by a knife. If she had known that this was the case, she would not have taken that medicinal pill even if she was beaten to death. It's just a medicinal pill. Why does senior sister have to worry about it? Yang Chen looked at Gong Sunling's expression and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry about it? That's the second grade questioning inner heart pill. The second grade questioning inner heart pill. Gong Sunling still couldn't hold back and shouted at Yang Chen. Whether it's a second grade or a third grade, isn't it still refined by me? Yang Chen smiled and said, It's not something that won't be there in the future. A medicinal pill, you really don't have to worry about it, senior sister. Gong Sunling suddenly reacted at this time. This medicinal pill was refined by Yang Chen. However, after all, this was a second grade questioning inner heart pill, which could almost invite a master of the Deshang stage to make a move. Yang Chen just gave it to her, so casually. In her mind, the scene of her and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness double cultivation suddenly appeared. In order to be able to cooperate with Yang Chen, Gong Sunling's own legs were crossed around Yang Chen's waist. Her hands around his neck and sitting in Yang Chen's arms appeared again. Gong Sunling's face was red, but she could no longer say anything. It seemed that after experiencing the spiritual awareness double cultivation, Gong Sunling felt that she didn't have to be so careful with Yang Chen. She didn't need to be so carefully. Since it was given by Yang Chen cultivation, no matter how precious it was, she would accept it. Heart, inner Gong's sister Gong Sunling, heart, she thought. Questioning Yang, inner Su Yang, heart, I Dao realm, I Chun Yang, inner heart Yang master. I Yang Dao Yang heart. She had the pill. I will remember it next time. Yang Chen agreed with a smile, and then began to ask Gong Sunling about the results of her cultivation and her feelings after taking the pill. Gong Sunling was happy to talk to Yang Chen alone, and she also talked about her feelings one by one as a reference for Yang Chen. Gao Yu has not yet come out of seclusion. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling have not left. They are in the same place. The two continued to wait for almost half a year, and Gao Yu finally changed. It was not that Gao Yu woke up from seclusion, but Gao Yu's body burst out with an imposing aura, and then the surrounding spiritual power began to concentrate madly towards Gao Yu. During this period of time, Yang Chen has seen it once and experienced it himself. Naturally, he knew that this was the process of Gao Yu also entering the solidifying core. Speaking of it, Gao Yu is slightly better than Yang Chen's other spiritual powers, and she entered the realm of solidifying core first. Yang Chen has been consolidating his cultivation base since the fire attribute spirit power reached the Jedon stage, and did not think that he could reach the Jedon stage in a short time. This is not that Yang Chen's cultivation base is not diligent enough, but that the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art wants to reach the Jedon stage. 10 Jedon stage. It will not be so simple. There is no opportunity. It is impossible. Unless there is something like the 5th Earth True secret art and 10th Water True secret art. If the cultivation is successful, he may be able to successfully form one kind of spiritual power. As for whether he can drive all the other spiritual powers to form the Jedon stage, Yang Chen is not sure. If he wants to form the Jedon stage by hard cultivation, even if Yang Chen's acquired spirit root is full value, he will have to wait at least for decades. Gao Yu's Jedon process lasted for more than a year before it ended. From the beginning to the end, after Gao Yu swallowed the second grade questioning inner heart pill, she had been in seclusion for 6 years. Together with the consolidation of the previous cultivation base and the Jedon stage, it was all completed. Gao Yu cultivated the water attribute spirit power, and now the success of the Jedon stage. From the Qi refining stage to the Jedon stage, it took less than 70 years, although there was the help of the second grade questioning inner heart pill. This speed was already amazing. After Gao Yu condensed the Jedon, the question asked was the same as that of Gong Sunling, also asking what kind of medicinal pill it was. When she heard that it was the second grade questioning inner heart pill. Gao Yu was not as surprised as Gong Sunling. It seemed that it was a matter of course for the master to accept the filial piety of the disciple. The three people's seclusion has achieved all their goals. Counting with his fingers, it had actually been 30 years since he had gone into seclusion. This retreat could be regarded as a long retreat. Even if Yang Qin didn't mention it, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would insist on going out. Since they have already condensed the Jiran, there was not much meaning in staying here to retreat. It was more appropriate to go out and gain experience. Although they could also fight with the monster beasts and puppets here, Yang Qin said that this kind of battle cultivated the consciousness and instinct of fighting. The real enemy was still the cultivators. Yang Qin, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling came out collectively, which surprised the head of the palace and several elders. Yang Qin said that this time they would not go out until they condensed the Jiran stage. Now the three people came out, and they all reached the Jiran stage in just 30 years. The sect had 3 more Jiran stage masters, which was a happy thing. Asking the 3 people about the process, they naturally knew the time of their respective Jiran. As a result, everyone was surprised again. Looking at the time of Jiran, they knew that these 3 people were all cultivation geniuses. None of them was worse than Fairy Shur of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chunyang Palace suddenly produced 3 cultivation geniuses. As the head of the palace, his face was almost happy. Not only the palace master, but even the other elders also had a happy look on their faces. The happiest ones were Wang Yong and another elder, Gao Shiyan, and they were even more happy. One of them was Gao Yu's master, Yang Chen's master ancestor, and the other was Gong Sunling's master ancestor. Their own juniors were so excellent that they had a lot of face in front of several elders. Especially Wang Yong, his apprentices and grand disciples were so competitive that was not an ordinary pride. However, all the happiness and pride, after Yang Qin took out 20 medicinal pills wrapped in talismans, all turned into shock. What kind of medicinal pill is this? The head of the palace asked curiously. Generally, medicinal pills were packed in jade bottles and rarely wrapped in talismans. Second grade questioning inner heart pill. Yang Chen replied very casually. Chapter 552. Second grade questioning inner heart pill. When they heard Yang Chen's words, all the elders present jumped up. Are you kidding me? The questioning inner heart pill was still a second grade pill. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have only heard of the name of the questioning inner heart pill, but they have not really seen the power of the questioning inner heart pill before they took it. What they heard was only the occasional bits and pieces that came out. Even so, they were shocked when they heard it. However, the reaction of the 2 women added up was not as exaggerated as half of any of the elders present. When they heard the name of the second grade questioning inner heart pill, no one could still sit in the same place. Questioning inner heart pill, a powerful medicinal pill that could allow a master of the Deshang stage to break through the bottleneck of the middle Deshang stage. It was even a second grade pill. Now everyone understood why Yang Qin would wrap these medicinal pills firmly with talismans. This level of medicinal pills, if they were not preserved like this, it was simply a crime. Yang Qin has seen that in that secret plane, all the medicinal pills turned into dust with the passage of time. He was naturally cautious in preserving the second grade questioning inner heart pill. All the elders gathered around in an instant and stared at the 20 small jade boxes that Yang Qin placed on the table, staring at them intently. Yang Qin said that he would open another furnace after 30 years. After a few days of retreat, everyone saw the second grade questioning inner heart pill. The difference of this one grade was like heaven and earth. If the first grade questioning inner heart pill could allow a master of the middle Deshang stage to break through the bottleneck, then the second grade questioning inner heart pill might be able to increase the grasp of a master of the peak Deshang stage when crossing their tribulation. Even the Deshang stage masters could use it, these masters of the Yuanying stage were naturally not a problem. In the past, for the 100,000 mountains, a total of 13 questioning inner heart pills were allowed, and 9 masters of the Deshang stage were invited. The remaining 2 were given to Wang Yong, and 1 was given to the head of the palace. The 2 were not willing to take it until now. Now there were a total of 20 questioning inner heart pills. Even if each of the elders present had one, there would still be a lot left. When they thought that if they could get one, the Deshang stage was hopeful, everyone's heart was burning. The things that Yang Chen took out now were for the sect to manage. Anyway, the head of the palace and the elders had decided that the resources of the sect could be used by Yang Chen. Yang Chen no longer had to ask for anything from the sect. He could use it whenever he needed it. As for how these second-grade questioning inner heart pills were used in the sect, Yang Chen no longer cared. Anyway, the head of the palace and the elders were worried about it. In this way, I can just strengthen the prestige of my Chunyang palace. The palace master finally suppressed his excitement and said this sentence. Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were somewhat puzzled and did not know what the palace master meant. Wang Yong excitedly introduced the changes in Chunyang Palace during their closed-door training. The most obvious change was that the number of disciples recruited by Chunyang Palace had increased several times more than before. Every year, hundreds of people joined Chunyang Palace and became quasi-outer sect disciples. Chunyang Palace seemed to have the appeal of those big sections. Naturally, because of the operation of the 100,000 mountains, Chunyang Palace was now also a small upstart. The monthly salary of the disciples had doubled, and naturally the cultivation of all the disciples was gradually improving. The overall strength of Chunyang Palace had also improved a level in the past few decades. If Chunyang Palace was at the bottom of the second-rate sect before, now it was at least in the middle of the second-rate sect. The growth of the sect has also led to other changes. In recent years, Chunyang Palace has also begun to hold auctions inside the sect. Of course, because many of the revenues of the 100,000 mountains were precious materials, the sect would also auction some of the unused materials. It just so happened that there was a public auction of Chunyang Palace recently, and there was no final item yet. When Yang Chen's second-grade questioning inner heart pill came out, it was naturally the best of the best. Are you kidding me? How can the second-grade questioning inner heart pill be auctioned? The palace master waited until Wang Yong finished his introduction before he interjected. What does the palace master mean? Wang Yong didn't understand what the palace master wanted to do for a while and couldn't help but ask. Yang Chen gave you and me a questioning inner heart pill. I know that you, this old guy, are not willing to use it, and I am not willing to use it either. This time, we will all take it out as the final auction item. The palace master rarely said to Wang Yong in a joking tone. Looking at the batch of second-grade questioning inner heart pills on the table, the palace master suddenly said to Yang Chen, "Since you have taken out these things, we will also take advantage of our seniority. One person will take one. Do you have any opinion?" "It's up to the palace master." Yang Chen replied with a smile. He took it out and didn't want to care about it anymore. How to deal with it was up to the elders. Hearing that everyone could get a second-grade questioning inner heart pill, everyone was excited. The palace master was not pretentious. He directly threw one to each of them, and at the same time put his own one away. Then he said, "The rest of these will be sent to the secret pavilion of the sect. In the future, if someone makes great contributions, he can enter the secret pavilion once and let him choose." Naturally, no one had any opinion on such a disposal. The palace master and Wang Yong's first-grade questioning inner heart pill were also quickly taken out and ready for auction. Yang Chen and the other 2 have been in retreat for more than 30 years. Naturally, they also needed to get to know the style of Chunyang Palace again. At the same time, they also wanted to visit their old friends, so they quickly retreated. However, when the 3 of them were familiar with each other in Chunyang Palace, The news that the finale of the Chunying Palace auction was 2 questioning inner heart pills had spread like wildfire with the exchange between the Wine Immortal house and other rogue cultivators, and spread to all parts of the cultivation world. In order to let most people hear the news and come, Chunying Palace even specially postponed the time of the auction and set it for half a year later. The conspiracy in the 100,000 mountains that was almost 50 years ago, and now there was no need to keep it secret. Moreover, the masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect also intentionally or unintentionally talked to some old friends about the questioning inner heart pill. Now, the questioning inner heart pill has long been a good thing in the world. It can only be met but not sought. There were 2 questioning inner heart pills in this auction, which aroused the interest of countless people. Whether it was a big sect or a small sect or a rogue cultivator, whether it was a Deshang stage master or a Yuanying stage ancestor or a Jedon stage master, as long as they felt that they had enough wealth, they began to wonder if they could get something at the auction. There were even some alchemy masters and people from some big sects who began to consider whether they could take down a questioning inner heart pill first, and then carefully study the medicinal ingredients and alchemy techniques so that they could imitate it. The auction of Chunying Palace has not yet begun and has already been hyped up. Chapter 553. Even those who didn't know what the questioning inner heart pill was, under the publicity of Chunying Palace, they understood what the questioning inner heart pill was. It was a good thing that could be used by masters from the foundation stage all the way to the Deshang stage, and it was still a medicinal pill that could make people invincible. A medicinal pill once allowed a master in the middle Deshang stage to directly break through the bottleneck. Any one of them could make countless people crazy. In this world, there were many cultivators with poor qualifications who were trapped in a certain bottleneck and could not be promoted. When they heard that there was such a good thing as the questioning inner heart pill, they almost immediately realized how important this was to their cultivation. Some of the masters of the big sects, who didn't have a few relatives and friends, maybe there were a few juniors with poor qualifications who were trapped in a certain realm. If they could get the questioning inner heart pill, wouldn't they be able to break through the bottleneck and improve their cultivation? Countless people began to plan what price to pay to get the questioning inner heart pill. However, everyone understood that once the questioning inner heart pill appeared, there would be Deshang stage masters who would be interested. At that time, even if there were more spirit stones, in the face of the pressure of a Deshang stage master, it was estimated that it would be illusory. If they wanted to grab the questioning inner heart pill from the hands of a Deshang stage master, they needed other ways. These have nothing to do with Yangqin and Chunying Palace. Chunying Palace auctioned the questioning inner heart pill. It was a real transaction of money and goods, and they didn't care who bought it. As for the owner of the questioning inner heart pill, it was not a matter that Chunying Palace cared about. The only thing that Chunying Palace had to care about was the growing influence of their own sect. There was another advantage to the spread of the news. That was, since then, no one suspected that Yangqin had conspired to seize the heaven-seizing pill formula of the Xiang family. Since Yangqin could refine the questioning inner heart pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, it showed that his level had already surpassed the Xiang family by a lot, so why would he care about the heaven-seizing pill? Although the heaven-seizing pill was good, in the past thousands of years, there were only 2. Although it seemed to make people ascend, in the eyes of the masters, it was not as good as the questioning inner heart pill. Everyone understood that the cultivation obtained through one's own cultivation was the most stable and fundamental strength. Relying on external forces was still inferior in the end. The heaven-seizing pill was an external force, but the questioning inner heart pill was to improve one's own strength. The benefits for oneself were big enough. The masters could all see clearly. Yangqin's reputation also became more and more resounding with the auction news of the questioning inner heart pill. This made more people gnash their teeth in hatred. The news of the auction was wildly hyped. Yangqin was taken to the hall of the Immortals' cave by the head of the palace and several elders. Yangqin, during these days of your retreat, my Chunyang Palace has also changed a little. You know it in your heart." The master of the palace said something inexplicable to Yang Chen, which made Yang Chen very puzzled. What changes? The master of the palace did not say it, and the others did not give any hints, but everyone's faces were full of joy. It seemed that there was a good thing, not trouble. After waiting in the hall for a while, Yang Chen had not seen Gui Shanyu, the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics, and Shikue and Xia Sha, the two guys who had not been seen since he came out of the retreat, soon came out of the portal of the Yuanying stage. Behind them, there were 8 strangers, both men and women, who walked out of the door together. The 8 people were all in the Yuanying stage, high and low. The highest one was in the late Yuanying stage, and the lowest one was in the early Yuanying stage. Yang Chen was almost instantly aware of the monster qi on these 8 strangers, and he immediately understood. These 8 guys should be the Yuanying stage monsters that were originally trapped in the Immortal's cave. It was estimated that they were beaten by the old tree demon, and then, after promising a lot of benefits, they were drawn into the Hall of Eccentrics, not to look at anything else. Just seeing that they could transform into human form, it meant that the old tree demon had passed on the transformation's secret art to them. With the stability of the head of the palace, these guys must have sworn to be loyal to Chunyang Palace with their monster souls. All of a sudden, there were 8 more masters of the Yuanying stage. The strength of Chunyang Palace could almost be said to have doubled. It must be known that every elder had a praying mantis puppet at the peak Yuanying stage. The comprehensive combat power of these masters was definitely not inferior to the original high level of Chunyang Palace. These masters were all hidden forces, and it was presumed that Chunyang Palace would keep it a secret for the time being. Secretly accumulating strength was the way of the king. Gui Shanyu introduced these eccentrics to Yang Chen one by one. It seemed that everyone had heard of the name of Yang Chen, and they were very polite to Yang Chen. After getting familiar with each other, Gui Shanyu once again took all the people of the Hall of Eccentrics into the portal of the Yuanying stage. It may be that there were some cultivation pointers. There are a few guys at the peak Yuanying stage, but for the time being, I am afraid that it is not easy to suppress them, so I did not win them over. The head of the palace watched the people of the Hall of Eccentrics leave and explained to Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't know what was in the portal of the Yuanying stage, so the head of the palace wanted to make it clear for Yang Chen. Then he added, "In the portal of the Deshang stage, it is said that there is also a master of the Deshang stage. However, we can't control it now, so we will not make other arrangements for the time being. When the sect has enough strength, we will see if we can win them over." This was a safe plan. Rashly winning over a master of the Deshang stage who could not be controlled by anyone. This was not to enhance the strength of the sect, but to bring disaster to the sect. It seemed that this could only wait for at least 2 of the elders to be promoted to the Deshang stage, and then with the power of the old tree demon, they might be able to suppress them. Yang Chen couldn't help but look at his master ancestor Wang Yong. The master ancestor's cultivation base had already reached the peak Yuanying stage and was now accumulating. Perhaps in a few years, with the help of the questioning inner heart pill, the master ancestor could step into the level of the Deshang stage. Next, the head of the palace seemed to want to explain the changes in the Chunyang Palace to Yang Chen one by one. He personally took Yang Chen around the Chunyang Palace, so that he understood the changes on the surface of the Chunyang Palace, and then he brought Yang Chen back to the room of the head. Chunyang Palace has developed very fast in the past 40 years. The head of the palace sat down and waited for Yang Chen to sit down before he slowly said, "Yes, Palace Master." Yang Chen also nodded. Compared with the original Chunyang Palace, the current Chunyang Palace could almost be described as earth-shaking. However, with the development of my Chunyang Palace, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect have developed even more. The head of the palace quickly expressed his concerns. Now they are temporarily allied because of the combination of interests. Who knows what will happen in the future? The more these sects developed and grew, the more they would pose a threat to the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace thought so and was also preparing for a rainy day. In fact, the palace master doesn't have to worry so much. Yang Chen understood the worries of the palace master and immediately comforted him. Chunyang Palace is not their biggest enemy. Chapter 554. If according to the concept of the demon and demon, Chunyang Palace and several major sects belonged to the Dao sects, naturally they were not enemies. The enemies were the demon sects and the monsters. If it was according to the internal competition of the Dao sects, similarly, Chunyang Palace could only be regarded as a junior, the second-rate sect of the second-rate sects at best. It was in the middle of the second-rate. Although it was a little better than the previous second-rate bottom, the absolute strength was too poor, far from being a competitor of the big sections. This was also the meaning expressed in Yang Chen's words. However, it was clear that Yang Chen did not expect the inflated confidence of the head of the palace. One day I will have to face it. On the face of the head of the palace, there was not an expression of relief, but more dignified. My Chunyang Palace is no longer the previous Chunyang Palace. Some things have to be planned early. Yang Chen, I am optimistic about you. The last sentence, I am optimistic about you, contained the expectations of the entire Chunyang Palace senior management for Yang Chen, but also the confidence in Yang Chen. They couldn't help but have confidence, not to mention the second-grade questioning inner heart pill alone. It was enough to let everyone see more hope. In the past, they may have been worried that even if everyone cultivated to the peak Yuanying stage, they could not go further, but now they were full of confidence. Achieving the Deshang stage was not an illusion at all. If Chunyang Palace had 4 or 5 masters of the Deshang stage in just 200 or 300 years, that was no longer an ordinary sect, but a first-class sect that could directly compete with the big sects such as the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. If the speed of the recent replenishment of the younger generation of disciples was taken into account, it was not impossible to grow into another first-class sect. All these changes were brought by Yang Chen, including the change in the mentality of the high-level members. Chunyang Palace, which had eliminated the internal troubles, had the resources of the 100,000 mountains, the spiritual power of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave, plus Yang Chen's medicinal pills. It fully had all the conditions for the rise of a big sect. No matter how it changes, Palace Master, as long as we are strong enough, we are not afraid of any changes. Yang Chen was also affected by the words of the head of the palace, but he was more motivated. The palace master nodded slightly and said no more. Yang Chen understood what he meant. That was enough. As for the others, he believed that this young disciple would definitely be able to do better than many others. By the way, Palace Master, this disciple has made some progress regarding the matter from last time. Yang Chen looked at the high-spirited Palace Master Zhang Jiao, and his heart moved. He said to the Palace Master Zhang Jiao, "Palace Master, please find a secret place." Palace Master Zhang Jiao was stunned, then immediately waved his hand, and several restrictions were placed around the room. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yang Chen and Palace Master Zhang Jiao appeared in another place. Yang Chen was very familiar with the instantaneous change of space. It was clearly the same feeling he had when he entered the herb garden. Looking closely, it was really a herb garden. The space was not too large, with a radius of more than 100 acres. There were some elixirs, but the fire was not very strong. The best was only a few hundred years old. This is the herb garden that I refined from scratch. It is not as good as your elixirs. The Palace Master Zhang Jiao knew that there were good goods in Yang Chen's herb garden, but he did not feel that his herb garden was bad, but he proudly introduced it. In this regard, Yang Chen was not surprised. Although his own herb garden was good, it was not refined by himself from scratch. In terms of the sense of accomplishment, it was not as good as the Palace Master Zhang Jiao's herb garden, which made him proud. Entering the herb garden, Yang Chen no longer hid anything and directly released Wan Qian. Suddenly, a seductive woman appeared in front of him. even the shrewd palace master Zhang Jiao was shocked. This disciple accidentally caught a master. She has no consciousness, but still retains the instinct of cultivation. Yang Chen did not say the true identity of Wan Qian, but recommended her to the palace master Zhang Jiao. She is also a metal attribute spirit root, and her cultivation base is the same as the palace master. It just happens that she can have double cultivation with the palace master. Finding a double cultivation companion for the palace master had always been what Yang Chen wanted to do. Now that Wan Qian had completely changed her appearance. No one could recognize her. Yang Chen boldly handed her over to the palace master Zhang Jiao. He did not tell him the truth, but he was afraid that the palace master would contact the people of the Blue Cloud sect in the future. If he was not careful, it would cause more trouble. As for Wan Qian and her apprentice, the disappearance would become an eternal unsolved case. Except for Yang Chen, no one would know where they went. After waiting for a few decades or 100 years, perhaps the people of the Blue Cloud sect would think that they had gone out and died and would not bother to find them. The palace master Zhang Jiao was a little stunned. A master in the middle Yuanying stage, and his cultivation base was the same. Yang Chen actually said that he would capture her, and it seemed that it was still before the retreat. How could he be surprised? As for why Yang Chen did not give it to him before the retreat, the palace master Zhang Jiao instinctively thought that during the retreat, Yang Chen wasted a long time to erase Wan Qian's consciousness, which was a way to avoid future troubles for him. The jade slip that recorded the double cultivation method, Yang Chen also handed it to the hands of the palace master Zhang Jiao. Palace master. This method is more suitable for people with metal attribute spirit roots than ordinary cultivation methods. As long as the palace master cultivates well, with that questioning inner heart pill, it would not be too difficult to achieve the Desheng stage. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen also taught how to control Wan Qian to the palace master Zhang Jiao. With this technique, Wan Qian almost became another puppet of the palace master Zhang Jiao. Whether it was cultivation or fighting, the strength of the palace master Zhang Jiao could almost be said to have risen to another level. For the palace master Zhang Jiao, who worked hard to cultivate himself, Yang Chen would never be stingy with a little Wan Qian. In his previous life, Chunyang Palace was found as an excuse to destroy the sect because they supported Yang Chen. These kindness, Yang Chen would definitely repay it in this life. As for Yang Chen's own safety, with the sea-pouring jade cup and the golden bell, Yang Chen was no longer worried. If he added the shuttle, it would be even more effortless. However, Yang Chen's indifference made the palace master Zhang Jiao almost stunned. Who could have thought that quietly Yang Chen would give the sect another Yuanying stage master? Moreover, this Yuanying stage master could actually double cultivate with him and improve together. Yang Chen, this disciple, had become more and more unfathomable to the palace master Zhang Jiao. Of course, the better Yang Chen's performance was, the happier the palace master Zhang Jiao was. Smiling and accepting Yang Chen's filial piety, the palace master Zhang Jiao suddenly remembered one thing and asked, "Did you kill a few people who challenged you before?" "There are a few." Yang Chen nodded and admitted. "They are entangled. This disciple has already admitted defeat, but they still want to challenge this disciple. This disciple naturally cannot be polite. Well, their sect wants an explanation." The palace master Zhang Jiao snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then give them an explanation. If they dare to entangle again, destroy them." Chapter 555. Just listening to the latter sentence of the palace master, one could know the posture of the so-called explanation to some people in front. It was nothing more than telling some people that the people were killed by the disciples of my sect in a legitimate life and death challenge. I admit that I killed people, but it was your own fault. Chunyang Palace's waist was now a lot stiffer, and the confidence in their speech was not the same. The people of the small sect, if they really dared to entangle with this, they would be the next Luo family. Chunyang Palace faced the Luo family who had a master of the late Deshang stage, and the other sect could completely deal with it. Speaking of which, the people killed by Yang Qin, each one had a way to die, and Yang Qin was not afraid to confront anyone. In a spar, he had already admitted defeat. If others still insisted on forcing him to do so, he would be courting death. If he was killed, so be it. Yang Qin, what's the matter with your body? After talking about the business, the palace master finally asked about Yang Qin's body shape. Such a strong body shape, even among the body cultivators, was rare, and the palace master couldn't help but ask curiously. This disciple is cultivating a body refining cultivation method. Yang Qin smiled and explained, it's not home yet. When the cultivation is small, it will return to normal. The palace master also asked, and did not intend to look into it. After listening to Yang Qin's explanation, he nodded and said nothing more. In the entire Chunyang Palace, there was only one person who did not need anyone to worry about his cultivation. This person was Yang Qin. Since Yang Qin entered the sect as a disciple of the outer sect, no one had pointed out Yang Qin's cultivation, which was also an anomaly. Since it has been completed, what are your plans next? The palace master was completely concerned about Yang Qin and did not mix any other thoughts. Read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. Yang Qin replied respectfully, this disciple intends to travel around. Well, that's good. The head of the palace nodded. The way of cultivation is not closed. But just as he said these two words, he suddenly saw Wan Qian next to him and couldn't say the rest of the words. He just reached out and patted Yang Qin on the shoulder. Forget it. Luo Yuan can't do anything to you. Be sharp-eyed. Run when you need to run. Don't worry about your face. Originally, he wanted to remind Yang Qin to pay attention to safety, but seeing Wan Qian, a master of the middle Yuaning stage, being sent out by Yang Qin, the head of the palace could not say anything else. The Yuaning stage masters couldn't do anything to Yang Qin. The masters of the Deshang stage couldn't catch up with Yang Qin. So what did Yang Qin have to worry about as long as his reaction was fast enough? Even if he had a stomach full of warnings, he couldn't say much. Palace master, if the time is right, then take the questioning inner heart pill. Before leaving, Yang Qin still left a sentence to the head of the palace. This thing is not as precious as you think. After that, Yang Qin turned and left, leaving only the head of the palace standing on the spot, carefully chewing on Yang Qin's words. The second grade, questioning inner heart pill, was not as precious as imagined. What does this mean? Leaving the head of the palace, Yang Qin went to visit his master ancestor Wang Yong. The current cultivation base of the master ancestor was infinitely close to the apex of the peak Yuaning stage. Only the last step could be crossed. Yang Qin came to the master ancestor to persuade Wang Yong to take the questioning inner heart pill. This kind of thing, Yang Qin could refine it at any time. It was not as precious as outsiders thought. The master ancestor and the head of the palace have been reluctant to eat it. This could not be done. Since they had to develop to a big sect, they must have the heroic spirit of a big sect. There was no need to save what they should use. Persuading the master ancestor was more direct than persuading the head of the palace. Yang Qin casually took out more than 22nd grade questioning inner heart pills wrapped in talismans from the Chinquan bag and placed them in front of the master ancestor. Master ancestor, this thing, master and senior sister are eating it as a tonic. You don't have to be so thrifty. Yang Qin's smiling face at this moment in Wang Yong's eyes seemed so shocking. Master ancestor being able to enter the Deshang stage is much more important than these few medicinal pills. Although Chunyang Palace now had a master of the Deshang stage, that was the master of the Hall of Eccentrics, Gui Shanyu, the old Gui Shu, and not the original high level of Chunyang Palace. This point had always been a place of criticism. Wang Yong was the closest to the Deshang stage. If Wang Yong could break through, it would be another scene for Chunyang Palace. With one more master of the Deshang stage, their strength would soar, and naturally their status in the sect would not be ordinary. Moreover, with the addition of Wang Yong, a master of the Deshang stage, if the sect was willing, they could directly subdue another Deshang stage monster from the Deshang stage portal of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals cave to join the Hall of Eccentrics. 3 masters of the Deshang stage were enough to make the strength of Chunyang Palace skyrocket again. At that time, they might be able to reach the peak of the second-rate sect. As long as they accumulate for a period of time, it would not be impossible for them to truly become a first-class sect. The stronger the masters of the sect, the stronger the sect. The stronger the sect, the more resources it could master, which led to the easier development of the sect, thus giving birth to more masters of the sect. This was a virtuous cycle of the development of a well-developed sect, and Chunyang Palace was embarking on such a road. This truth, Yang Chen understood it, the head of the palace understood it, and Wang Yong also understood it. Therefore, on the second day after Yang Chen visited the master ancestor, Wang Yong announced a retreat to attack the realm of the Deshang stage. After exiting, Gao Yu was busy with another thing in the sect. As one of the masters of refining in the sect, Gao Yu had both water and fire spiritual roots, and both were at the level of Jedon. Some of the magic weapons needed by the sect, the flying sword, fell on her. The refining was naturally inside the sect. Such an arrangement made Yang Chen very happy. At least in a short period of time, Gao Yu could rely on refining to consolidate her cultivation base without worrying about her unstable cultivation base. As for going out to practice, it could wait for his master's cultivation base to stabilize. His senior apprentice, Sister Gong Sunling, also had arrangements, but she was now following her master to study more advanced formations. Such a talented disciple. Gong Sunling's master also had a lot of face. Of course, she must be carefully cultivated and must not let her suffer grievances. Her master called. Gong Sunling naturally couldn't say anything more. She could only follow her master's refinement. It was a pity that she couldn't go out with Yang Chen to practice. Yang Chen liked this arrangement very much. This time he went out, it was not a simple travel, but to target the Taishaman. Once something went wrong, it would be a big trouble. Yang Chen did not want to involve his master and sister when he did this kind of dangerous thing. Counting the time, there were still a few years before the Taishaman's consciousness clone descended to the lower realm. Presumably, the Taishaman had made all the preparations. If Yang Chen wanted to destroy it, he needed more arrangements, which was by no means so simple. Chapter 556. In addition to the arrangements made by the Heavenly Court, the consciousness avatar also needed a receiving formation in the mortal world. Moreover, the most important thing was that the consciousness avatar must have a carrier, which was the person who carried the consciousness. Only by accepting the infusion of the consciousness avatar could it succeed. To put it nicely, this was called accepting the infusion of the consciousness avatar. To put it bluntly, it was a possession. This consciousness carrier was destined to become a consumable and be sacrificed. The reason why it was a consumable was because the consciousness avatar could not last for a long time in the lower realm. This kind of opening the passage between the two realms required a huge price. From the bottom to the top, it was called ascension. During ascension, one had to accept the test of the heavenly tribulation. From the top to the bottom, the difficulty was measured in tens of thousands of times. The price of a few zenith heaven golden immortals being crippled for thousands of years was not something anyone could bear. Only a big sect in the immortal world like the Black Heaven sect could accept it. The whole process was also very dangerous. If there was a mistake in any part, both sides would have to pay a painful price. However, if it succeeded, it would also bring huge benefits. At least, if some news and experience from the upper realm were to be passed down, it would be a heaven-defying existence for the mortal world. Unfortunately, nothing was as perfect as one imagined it to be. It was impossible to bring down everything that the people above wanted to pass down. On the one hand, there was not enough time. On the other hand, the people above had to be very determined and firmly remember the information that needed to be passed down. Even so, when passing through the barrier between the two realms, the consciousness avatar would still suffer great damage. During this period of time in the lower realm, at least 99% of the consciousness avatar's memories would be lost. Only the deepest memories in the depths of the consciousness avatar could be brought down without being affected. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to learn about the situation up there. The Heavenly Court's rebellion and the re-establishment of the Jade Emperor was definitely something that would leave a deep impression on anyone. Therefore, in the memory of Yang Chen's previous life, this time the consciousness avatar of the Taishaman had successfully passed down this news. As for what else, Yang Chen was not very clear. It would not be easy to disrupt the descent of the Taishaman's consciousness doppelganger, which was of great significance. Firstly, this matter was of great importance. The Taishaman would definitely be heavily guarded by experts. Moreover, the location was definitely in the core area of the Taishaman, not to mention a living person. Even a mouse would probably not be able to enter. Secondly, once the receiving formation was set up, it was not something that could be easily destroyed. This kind of formation had a self-defense ability, and the level of defense was not inferior to the great mountain defense formation of the Taishaman. It was wishful thinking to destroy the formation when it was activated. However, Yang Chen was determined to destroy this great undertaking of the Taishaman. This was not only related to the strong development of the Taishaman in the future, but also Yang Chen wanted to take revenge on the Taishaman Liang Xiaoming for blowing up the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. In Yang Chen's memory, there are several kinds of receiving formation. Now, Yang Chen could not determine which one the Taishaman were using. If he wanted to know, there was only one way, and that was to see the formation with his own eyes. Only when he knew which kind of receiving formation it was, could Yang Chen determine how to destroy it. The Taishaman was a big sect. Even the Chunyang Palace was surrounded by many rogue cultivators. Needless to say, the Taishaman's side was 10 times more lively than the Chunyang Palace. The receiving formation occupied a large area. If the Taishaman set it up in the mountain gate, it would not be able to fit it. It could only be in an area within the territory that was strictly guarded. Yang Chen had the appearance pill. In the past, it would not be too difficult for Yang Chen to take the appearance pill and change his face. Then he could sneak into the territory of the Taishaman among the rogue cultivators and sneak a look at the receiving formation of the Taishaman. But now, Yang Chen's body was so strong that people who had seen him before could recognize him at a glance. Not to mention changing his face, it would be impossible to recognize him with 10 different faces. It did not seem easy to sneak in from the front, so he could only think of a way from another direction. That area must be heavily guarded. As long as Yang Chen could bypass those guards, he would be able to see the appearance of the formation. In fact, Yang Chen only needed to see the appearance of the formation. He did not need to do much. The once-in-a-century consciousness clone was related to the future development plan of the Taishaman. The receiving formation had always been the top priority of defense. At least 2 masters of the Deshang stage explored the entire area with their spiritual awareness at any time. As soon as there was movement, they would take action. It was almost impossible for Yang Chen to get close without alerting anyone. However, there were exceptions to everything. Yang Chen had nothing else, but several magic weapons found in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace could be fully used. The flying shuttle in the sky under the sea was almost omnipotent. In the underground Earth escape, there was no problem in other aspects except that the speed could not be compared with the speed in the air and the sea. Just the flying shuttle was not enough, and the Earth escape could not escape the exploration of the spiritual awareness of the masters of the Deshang stage. But Yang Chen also got another thing, that was the sea-pouring jasper cup. In addition to absorbing and condensing the 10th water true essence in the seawater, the sea-pouring jasper cup also had a very important role, which was to shield the spiritual awareness. When Luo Yuan chased Yang Chen, Yang Qin relied on the sea-pouring jasper cup to escape Luo Yuan's pursuit many times, and finally led Luo Yuan to Lan Yan's territory. After successfully concealing himself, he killed Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan and Lan Yan. One was a master of the late Deshang stage. The other was a master of the peak Deshang stage, who was about to cross their tribulation. They could not find Yang Qin under the shield of the sea-pouring jasper cup. Naturally, the masters of Taishimen did not need to be said. In order not to expose his whereabouts, Yang Qin entered the shuttle after leaving the site of the Chunying Palace and went directly underground. In order to avoid being noticed, Yang Qin even circled a few times, drifting erratically, and finally determined the direction and headed towards Taishimen. And from the beginning, Yang Qin covered his whole body with the sea-pouring jasper cup, and no one could use their spiritual awareness to detect the whereabouts of Yang Qin. This was also done to be safe. After all, Taishimen was still a super big sect. Once it attracted the hostility of Taishimen at this time, it would not be worth the loss. It must be known that destroying the consciousness clone of others in the lower realm could definitely be comparable to destroying the family. There was only one result for everyone. That was, they would not rest until one of them died. In Yang Chen's careful action, 3 months later, the shuttle Yang Qin took finally entered the territory of Taishimen, and no one noticed it for the time being. However, Yang Qin was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't find the location where the Taishimen arranged the welcoming formation. Chapter 5:57. In his previous life, Yang Qin only knew that on the day of the incident, there was a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. However, Yang Qin did not know exactly where the Taishimen had set up the welcoming formation. In other words, he could only search the entire Taishimen's territory. However, this was not an easy task. At least, Yang Qin had not touched the mountain guarding formation of the Taishimen yet. Once Yang Qin touched it underground, it would definitely cause the mountain guarding formation to react. At that time, the Taishimen would raise their vigilance, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Almost carefully avoiding all the formations that the Taishimen had set up here, Yang Qin carefully walked around the periphery of the Taishimen's territory. However, he did not find a suitable place to set up the formation. If he wanted to enter the Taishimen's territory, he would trigger the formation no matter what. Yang Qin was not proficient in all kinds of formations. At least, Yang Qin was not good at this kind of mountain guarding formation. It was obviously impossible to enter without a sound. It was even more impossible to suddenly break through the mountain guarding formation. It would definitely cause the formation to attack. That was simply walking into a trap and telling the Taishimen where he was. It was not easy to hide for such a long time. Yang Qin did not want to fail at the last moment. Yang Qin must let the Taishimen suffer a loss. After they suffered a huge loss, they would not be able to find any clues. This required Yang Qin to be 100 times more careful and not reveal any flaws. After carefully circling around, Yang Qin almost did not have the slightest idea. As long as he entered from underground, he would definitely trigger the mountain guarding formation. This made Yang Qin very distressed. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yang Qin's mind. Immediately, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was simply too obsessed with not revealing the slightest flaw, so much so that he had dug himself into a dead end. From the beginning, Yang Qin had been thinking about not letting anyone see him enter the Taishimen. He had been thinking about this, to the point that Yang Qin had actually forgotten about the demon clan's beast-taming technique that allowed him to communicate with demon beasts. The demon clan's beast-taming technique allowed Yang Qin to communicate with intelligent demonic beasts. However, that was only useful when Yang Qin's cultivation was low. Now that Yang Qin had condensed his Dan, according to the description of the beast-taming spell, he could completely control the actions of an ordinary animal. At the same time, he could also share the vision of the controlled animal. The mountain guarding formation would react to all creatures with spiritual power. Only those with the sex token would be recognized. Moreover, the sex token had to be refined with blood, so it was impossible for others to imitate it. However, this did not include ordinary animals. Animals without spiritual power would not be affected by the mountain guarding formation. This was the design consideration of the mountain guarding formation. Animals without any spiritual power naturally did not have the ability to destroy the mountain guarding formation. Therefore, from the beginning of the design, this type of formation had never been targeted at ordinary animals. Suitable animals were very easy to find, and Yang Qin easily caught the flying sparrow. To deal with this kind of sparrow without spiritual awareness, Yang Chen only used the beast taming technique once and successfully controlled one. Subsequently, Yang Chen controlled the sparrow to fly into the sky and swaggered into the Taishimen's mountain guarding formation. The powerful spiritual awareness of the three purities' secret art was only left to control the sparrow from a distance, and did not cause any noise in the mountain guarding formation. In the core area of the inner mountain gate, Yang Qin did not need to look at it at all. The buildings there were densely packed, and the places where the underground spiritual veins were concentrated were all good places for cultivation. Even the Taishimen were not rich enough to divide an underground spiritual vein and specially arrange the welcoming formation. Yang Qin paid attention to the empty places where the welcoming formation could be placed. Controlling the sparrow, Yang Qin almost looked at the empty places in the Taishimen's mountain gate. What made Yang Qin strange was that there were so many places, but Yang Qin did not find any signs of a formation. This made Yang Qin puzzled. Was it possible that the welcoming formation of Taishimen was already done with the formation plate or formation flag? As long as it was taken out at any time when it was needed, Yang Qin, who did not give up, once again controlled the sparrow to fly again. Carefully checking every place, it took a full 2 months. The welcoming formation needed a huge flat land. In the territory of Taishimen, there was almost no place that met the requirements. The only place that was seen in a valley was a little small, and it was impossible to completely launch the welcoming formation. Could it be that Taishimen arranged the welcoming formation underground? This was a very possible thing. But soon Yang Qin rejected this idea. When the receiving formation was activated, apart from the carrier of consciousness, everything on it would be reduced to ashes. It was not the first time that Taishimen did this kind of thing. How could they choose the underground that could interfere with the avatar? There must be something that he missed. Yang Chen once again controlled the sparrow and started to explore from the intersection where Taishimen first entered the mountain gate. Walking on the main road, there was a huge mountain gate archway, and then entering was the square where the disciple test was carried out. It was also the location of the sect's mountain gate that received guests from all sides. Yang Qin was once thrown out here. Then there were the villas where the outer sect disciples were located in several areas. Several roads were connected, surrounded by mountains, and then the inner sect of Taishimen was located. Suddenly, Yang Chen's heart moved. After entering the mountain gate archway, there was a square where the disciple test was carried out. If the houses used to receive guests were removed, wouldn't it be a sufficient place? The formation was arranged here. Usually, if there was any strong spiritual power fluctuations here, it would only be misunderstood as the fluctuations of the Taishimen's mountain guarding formation. They would never suspect that there was any trick under this kind of eyesight. When it was used, as long as the door was closed in advance and these houses were demolished, it would be a huge, welcoming formation that could be used at any time. Not far from the guest room, there was a master of the Deshang stage who sat down all year round. On the one hand, it was to protect the safety of the guests. On the other hand, it was to prevent anyone from making trouble. Counting the several big sects, only the Taishimen had such a big arrangement. It seemed to be a respect for the guests. But a master of the Deshang stage sat down all year round. Was it not to guard the welcoming formation? The arrangement of the Taishimen was really original. After discovering this, Yang Qin finally showed a smile. As long as he knew the location of the formation, the rest would be much simpler. There were only so many kinds of welcoming formations. Yang Qin knew almost all of them. As long as he used a simple method, he could easily judge which one was used by the Taishaman. What made Yang Qin most happy was that so far no one had noticed an ordinary sparrow flying in the sky. This also meant that everything Yang Qin did was still unbeknownst to him. Chapter 558. Many people among the cultivators have spiritual pets, and they can also share vision with their own spiritual pets. But no one can share vision with animals without any spiritual power. For spiritual pets with spiritual power, unless the owner appears in the open, otherwise, this kind of peeping absolutely can't escape the spiritual awareness exploration of a master of the Deshang stage. It was estimated that the master of the Deshang stage would never dream that an ordinary sparrow would let the Taishaman's painstaking arrangement go down the drain. Several kinds of welcoming formations have a fixed way of setting up the formation. According to the position calculation, Yang Qin easily controlled the sparrow to fly to a key point of the formation that he knew. If it wasn't for this formation, then the sparrow should be safe and sound. If it was for this formation, then the sparrow would be attacked by spiritual power here. The first kind of formation was not, and the second kind of formation was not. When Yang Qin tested the key point of the third kind of formation, the sparrow just flew over. As soon as it landed, a spiritual power was stirred up on the ground and hit the sparrow's body. The sparrow instantly turned into flying ash and disappeared without a trace. It seemed that it was the third kind of welcoming formation. Yang Qin, to be on the safe side, controlled another sparrow and flew to another key point. The same result appeared again. After the second one, it was the third one. The third key point was still the same result. At this point, Yang Qin has been able to be completely sure that the Taishaman used the third kind of welcoming formation that Yang Qin knew. After confirming it, Yang Qin did not alarm anyone, quietly bypassed the mountain protection formation here, and left the Taishaman far away. After determining the formation, Yang Qin had a way to deal with it. The consciousness clone descended to the lower realm, because the consciousness had to cross the three realms of the immortal world and the spiritual world. It was impossible to accurately locate the suitable carrier. The welcoming formation was the formation that told the location of the carrier of the consciousness clone. There were three necessary conditions for the consciousness clone to take over someone else's body. The first was an accurate time, the second was an accurate receiving formation, and the third was a suitable vessel. Yang Qin knew that the location of the carrier was determined by the receiving formation itself. The simplest way to destroy it was to launch a powerful attack when the receiving formation was activated, causing the formation to be unable to operate smoothly. If it happened to be at the crucial moment of possession, the formation would immediately collapse. However, although this method was simple, it required him to face all the experts present at that time. Since Yang Qin wanted to trick the Taishaman, he would not use such a brazen method. Yang Qin's plan was to use a relatively peaceful method. Under normal circumstances, there was only one receiving formation, which allowed the consciousness clone to accurately find the carrier. However, what would happen if two receiving formations appeared when his doppelganger descended to the lower realm? Either the consciousness clone couldn't judge which one it was, and it would eventually lead to the failure of the consciousness clone, or the consciousness clone would choose which carrier was more suitable. The carrier had to be able to withstand the consciousness of the great, principal, golden immortal that had been weakened by tens of thousands of times. Generally speaking, the carrier was a cultivator, and at least a cultivator of the Jiran stage. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand such a terrifying consciousness, and it would explode and die directly. The carrier was destined to be sacrificed. In order for the consciousness clone to be able to smoothly possess the body, the usual method was to use drugs to make the cultivator who acted as the carrier fall into a deep sleep so that the main consciousness had no power to resist. Generally speaking, very few cultivators would be so generous as to sacrifice their lives for the sake of descending to the immortal realm if they hadn't gone through a great deal of nurturing and told the cultivator who acted as a carrier from birth that their fate was to sacrifice themselves for the immortal realm. Even if it was brainwashed by religion, it was still a creature after all, and there was an instinct to survive. No matter how it cooperated, it could not be completely eliminated. This was a decisive factor for the consciousness clone to descend to the lower realm. For Yang Chen, it was not difficult to arrange the same formation. The most troublesome thing was the carrier, the cultivator of the Jedon stage, who was willing to sacrifice himself for the consciousness clone of the immortal world. There were 5 of them in Yang Chen's medicine garden. Each of Wan Qian's 5 apprentices was a living puppet who had lost their active consciousness. This also meant that they who had no active consciousness were born with an advantage over those carriers chosen by the Taishaman who had active consciousness. In this way, if Yang Qin chose another suitable place to arrange an identical receiving formation, and there were 5 carriers in the receiving formation that were easier to possess. At the same time, the receiving formation of the Taishaman was activated, whether it was for the Taishaman or the consciousness clone in the lower realm, it would be a disaster. The receiving formation was by no means a simple formation. Even for Yang Qin, it would take several years. After calculating, there were less than 5 years before the consciousness clone of the Taishaman would descend to the lower realm. This time was enough for Yang Qin to successfully arrange another receiving formation. There were a lot of materials needed for the formation, but unfortunately, Yang Qin did not have so many materials on hand. Some things were more special and rare. Once Yang Qin bought them, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the Taishaman afterwards. However, no one would have thought that Chunyang Palace had already controlled the Sherwan Mountains with several other sects at this moment. The materials for these formations were almost all produced in the Sherwan Mountains. As the behind-the-scenes boss, these materials were naturally hoarded. After Yang Chen made a big circle, he quickly rushed back to Chunyang Palace. He mentioned it to the palace master. The palace master did not even ask Yang Chen what he wanted these things for. He directly asked Elder Zheng Feng, who was in charge of the resources of Chunying Palace, to allocate the materials to Yang Chen. Elder Zheng Feng did it more thoroughly. He took Yang Chen to the sect's warehouse, opened the door, and then threw Yang Chen in. No matter what Yang Chen took, anyway, everyone had already reached a consensus that Yang Chen was cultivated as the future sect master. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen was now the young palace master. As for what Yang Chen wanted to take, no one would care about Yang Chen, and no one would run out to find it unfair. What Yang Chen had contributed to the sect over the years had exceeded the sum of the sect's millennium income. What else could he care about? Everything seemed to be in Yang Chen's calculations. From the Sherwan Mountains hoarding materials, now Yang Chen had enough materials when he needed them. What Yang Chen had to do now was to find another suitable place, and then arrange the same receiving formation, waiting for the moment when the consciousness clone descended to the lower realm to launch the formation. Chapter 559. Yang Chen did not tell any of the palace master or his master what he was going to do. Yang Chen did not want to let the Taishaman discover the clues and expose the clues because of their expectations or worries. The current Chunyang Palace was still unable to confront the Taishaman face to face. However, when Yang Chen left Chunyang Palace this time, he borrowed the array flag of the illusion array from Gong Sunling. After all, the welcoming array required a large open space. The violent spiritual fluctuations, if not concealed by the illusion array, would be discovered no matter where it was. Of course, the chosen location must be far enough from the Taishaman. Even if the Taishaman discovered the abnormality, the distance was too far, and it would be too late for them to stop it. Once the Taishaman's array had an accident, they could definitely find the location of the welcoming array arranged by Yang Chen through the same spiritual fluctuations of the two arrays. By the time they arrived, there wouldn't even be a strand of hair left. The open space was easy to find, and the spiritual power was supported by Yang Chen's top-grade spirit stone, so there was no problem in setting up the array. But before setting up the array, Yang Chen first used the illusion array to enclose a large open space, including the selected open space. From the outside, this place looked like a protruding cliff, and there was nothing there. In the illusion array, Yang Chen first arranged a spirit gathering array and a formation to isolate the spiritual fluctuations, so as not to arouse suspicion. Anyway, in the illusion array, Yang Chen was not afraid of being seen by others. Next, Yang Chen began to arrange the welcoming array. Yang Chen had studied this array in the immortal world. For a period of time, the people of Xiantian sect even intended to sacrifice Yang Chen's cultivation to activate the array, so he also studied it very thoroughly, no less than those array masters. The formation was extremely complicated. Yang Chen had to measure, prepare the materials for the formation, weigh the materials accurately, refine the materials into the right shape, and arrange the formation in the right place. Even though Yang Chen was very familiar with the formation, it still took him a long time. The huge spirit array was taking shape bit by bit. The various runes made of various materials had been placed in appropriate positions, and the various key nodes had also been connected. In the end, all that was left was a slot to place the best quality spirit stone. As long as the best quality spirit stone was inserted and then activated, the spirit array could be smoothly activated. It took Yang Chen 3 years to complete all of this. When everything was ready, Yang Chen finally stopped. Now, Yang Chen did not dare to activate the formation, for fear that it would resonate with the Taishiman's formation and be discovered by the Taishiman. In the following period of time, Yang Chen would wander around to create his alibi. When leaving, Yang Chen covered the dome hall with the spirit array and placed it in the illusion array. In this way, even if someone found the illusion array and entered it, they would not be able to destroy the spirit array unless they could break the sword array of the dome hall before Yang Chen arrived. Then Yang Chen's figure appeared in various places, and he appeared in many markets. Of course, when Yang Chen appeared in various markets and auctions, he only bought 2 things. One was the fire seed, and the other was the medicinal materials for alchemy, which made people more and more convinced that Yang Chen was an alchemist. Of course, Yang Chen left immediately after each purchase. Anyway, it was not a secret that Yang Chen now had a fast-flying magic weapon. Driving the shuttle, few people could stop him. In order to create some illusion for the Taishiman, Yang Chen even swaggered in the periphery of the Taishiman once. The time was 2 months before the activation of the spirit array in Yang Chen's memory. The Taishiman, just like in his previous life, began to release the news 3 months in advance that they would rebuild the mountain gate. The original mountain gate was not open to visitors. The guests who came to visit the Taishiman were changed to a guest house in another direction. The mountain gate had been in disrepair for a long time. It was normal to repair it every 100 years. Except for Yang Chen, no one felt anything wrong. Even some of the disciples of the Taishiman were so naive that they did not know the deep meaning of the sect. After leaving the Taishiman, Yang Chen quickly rushed to the side of the spirit array that he had arranged and waited quietly, waiting for the time when the spirit array would open. The place that Yang Chen chose was inaccessible, and there was almost no human habitation within hundreds of miles. On the day before the start, Yang Chen had prepared everything. Wan Qian's 5 female apprentices had also sat down in the corner of the formation, waiting for the formation to open, and Yang Chen began to pinch his fingers to calculate the arrival of the time. The time was already late at night. It was almost midnight. Yang Chen's right thumb came to the other fingers, one by one, and stopped on the index finger. It was at this time that Yang Chen's left hand had already taken the best quality spirit stone. The moment the time was up, Yang Chen put the best quality spirit stone on the groove, and then began to stimulate the spirit power. Boom! The entire spirit array was ignited in an instant. The dark earth suddenly seemed to be lit by a huge torch, illuminating the surrounding cliffs. A series of electric lights began to wander in the spirit array. In the midnight sky, it seemed that a black hole suddenly appeared. This black hole only appeared above the spirit array and hovered not far above the spirit array. If looked from a distance, it would be impossible to find the existence of this black hole. This was why the Taishaman and other sects had made several consciousness clones to go to the lower realm without being seen through. The shape of the black hole was very strange. It looked like a semicircle. Above the spirit array, it began to slowly descend. From the corner of the semicircle, a black silk thread began to hang down and flew directly to the mouth of a woman in the spirit array. From the beginning of the black thread entering the woman's mouth, the semicircle in the sky began to slowly change shape, slowly becoming more and more circular, as if it was originally a complete circle, but half of it was missing, and now it was being replenished. And in the Taishaman square, thousands of miles away, there were a few sporadic figures standing. The spirit array here was also opened, and at the beginning it was the same scene. However, the moment the semicircle appeared, several high-level Taishaman standing next to it all frowned. In the past, what appeared was a complete circle. How could it be a semicircle this time? No one knew what happened, and everyone looked at each other. When a black thread hung down from the semicircle and entered the carrier cultivator's mouth, the black thread seemed to be frightened and suddenly trembled. Then the semicircle above the spirit array began to slowly disappear, and in a moment it turned into a crescent moon. What's going on? The leader of the Taishaman couldn't help but cry out. Chapter 560. Such a change was unprecedented. Even a fool would know that something must have gone wrong. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't understand what was going on. Everyone watched this change, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't know how to reverse this situation. Suddenly, an elder of the Deshang stage raised his head and looked at the direction of the great array arranged by Yangqin and suddenly said, "In that direction, there is a spiritual fluctuation almost exactly the same as the great array." Boom! Several high-level Taishaman were almost detonated. How could this be? Someone has arranged the same array as the sect and is intercepting the clone of our sect. The elder of the Deshang stage shouted again, and the whole person turned into a sword light and flew wildly in the direction of Yangqin. Stabilize the array. At the critical moment, the sect master shouted and several elders who were responsible for activating the array stabilized the array. However, the dangling black thread seemed to have encountered some kind of crazy resistance. It kept shaking and tangling, not stopping for even a moment. The black line kept drilling into the mouth of the first disciple of Wan Qian. Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved, and the other 4 female disciples flew to the side of the first female disciple and stood quietly. Yang Chen slowly watched the black hole become more and more round, and the hanging black silk line became thicker and thicker. When he felt that the first female disciple had absorbed 1/5 of it, he suddenly controlled the female disciple to fly directly out of the great array. The black line was interrupted by interference, and then began to look for the next suitable target. The second female disciple immediately took over the position of the first female disciple. The black line quickly found the small cherry mouth of the second female disciple and quickly drilled into it. Seeing that it was almost there, Yang Chen controlled the third female disciple to take over the second, then the fourth, and then the fifth. After all the black lines had drilled into the mouth of the 5 female disciples, the black hole above the array on Yang Chen's side had become half a full moon. In contrast, the array on the side of the Taishaman had become a small crescent moon. If the 2 sides were combined, it would be a full circle. "Refine!" Yang Chen suddenly shouted, and the 5 female disciples uniformly sat down on the side and began to practice. What they cultivated was a small spell in the 3 purities secret art that Yang Chen had taught them not long ago, refining spiritual awareness. The 5 women did not have active consciousness at all. In fact, it was Yang Chen who controlled their bodies and then cultivated the 3 purities secret art. Descending to the lower realm with his consciousness avatar was a huge loss. Even if it was the consciousness of the great principal golden immortal, after descending, there would only be the level of the early Dishang stage. Due to the sudden appearance of 2 receiving arrays and the appearance of a total of 6 host cultivators, the consciousness that should have entered one of the host cultivators was divided into 6 parts. Yang Chen's side monopolized 5 portions, while the Taishaman who really needed it only had 1 portion. And this was the only one that existed, and it was still abnormally unstable. Entering the consciousness of the 5 female disciples of Wan Qian, there was no active consciousness at all, so the consciousness of the lower realm quickly took the initiative. However, Yang Chen's refining move directly sent the consciousness of the avatar to hell. Under the effect of the powerful 3 purities secret art refining consciousness, the separated consciousness had almost no ability to resist and was directly controlled by the 3 purities secret art. Then it was continuously broken and cut, and the only remaining consciousness disappeared in less than an hour. The news passed down from above. Yang Qin didn't need to know it all, and he didn't want to know. The only result he wanted was to destroy the lower realm of the Taishaman's consciousness avatar, and then teach the Taishaman a lesson. At this moment, the first goal has basically been achieved. The consciousness of the avatar in the lower realm has been refined by 5/6, and the remaining 1/6 has suffered heavy damage to the spiritual awareness, plus the instinctive counterattack of the host cultivator. Even possession has become an extravagant hope, not to mention the transmission of messages. Yang Chen's 5 female puppets, after refining the consciousness of the avatar, all of their bodies glowed, and the spiritual power of their whole body vibrated. At this moment, all of them were promoted by a small realm, from the middle Jedon stage to the late Jedon stage. Swallowing the consciousness avatar can actually improve its own level. The improvement of spiritual power was very obvious, and even the spiritual awareness had been greatly improved. However, at this moment, Yang Chen couldn't care too much and quickly controlled the 5 puppets to return to the medicine garden. The shuttle was already ready. Yang Chen jumped directly on the shuttle and then drove the shuttle to flee far away. The black hole above the welcoming array was still slowly rotating. After Yang Chen escaped a certain distance, he suddenly launched another array that had already been arranged next to it. The array formation at the side was purely a destruction array formation. However, the moment the array formation was activated, a huge spiritual energy attack struck the center of the receiving array formation. The entire welcoming array flashed with a dazzling light, and then the entire array shook wildly, and soon the shaking turned into trembling. Pa! A certain position on the array suddenly cracked. This small crack began to change like dominoes. An entire welcoming array began to crack, and in a short time it covered the entire array. As if echoing with the welcoming array arranged by Yang Qin, the welcoming array at the gate of Taishaman also began to crack in the same position, and then the crack became unstoppable. It shook violently, and then with a boom, the entire receiving formation exploded. Fragments of the formation shot out in all directions. Not good, Flash. Several high-level leaders of Taishaman saw this. A master of the Dishang stage shouted, and his figure flashed a few miles away almost instantly. Boom! Along with the shattering of the array, the black hole suspended above the array also began to explode wildly. The loud sound traveled hundreds of kilometers, and a dazzling, fiery light shot into the sky. After illuminating the entire sky, the black hole suddenly expanded, and a huge shockwave carried with it a destructive power. With the spell formation as the center, it fiercely rushed out in all directions. The gate of Taishaman, the villa where the outer sect disciples were located, the inner sect, and all the buildings within the entire mountain gate, were directly turned into powder in the face of this huge force. The scope of the explosion directly covered a radius of thousands of miles, and all the houses, including the houses of the sect, including the mountain gate and the houses on the periphery, were directly turned into ruins. Countless disciples of Teichmann did not have time to escape, and in this crazy explosion were turned into minced meat. Just one explosion, an entire Teichmann fell into a huge disaster. Chapter 561. The scope of the explosion of the array was too large. Even if Yang Qin escaped in time, he was still swept by the aftermath of the explosion, and the shuttle shook. The only fortunate thing was that although the shuttle was not a pure protective magic weapon, it still had a certain degree of protection. After being swept by the aftermath of the explosion, it was not damaged at all, only causing a shock. Yang Chen was in the shuttle, enduring the crazy shock. After a while, everything disappeared and calmed down. This level of explosion and spiritual power riot, how could it not attract people's attention? However, when Yang Qin chose the location, it was in a place where there were few people. For a while, he was not afraid that someone could come over. As for the Teichmann, this place was tens of thousands of miles away from Teichmann. Even the strongest masters of Teichmann would take at least a month to come over. Driving the shuttle, Yang Chen returned to the place where the array was arranged. Then he quickly summoned the 5 women and carefully picked up the formation materials that were scattered on the ground. These were some rare materials. Even if they had been damaged once, the materials themselves would not change. Moreover, these things left in place would also give people a lot of clues. Yang Chen would not be so careless. The materials that flew far away from the explosion had been bound in a small circle by a larger array. The spiritual power riot was so fierce that it was easy to find. At the moment when the 2 sides exploded at the same time, no one noticed that the carrier cultivator of the Teichmann suddenly trembled. Then, a black gas sprang out of the carrier cultivator and instantly returned to the black hole above the array. On the side of Yang Chen's array, the black hole suddenly became a complete circle at the moment of the explosion. A wisp of black gas, so fine that it was almost undetectable, burrowed into a corner of the formation at the moment of the explosion. Following the explosion, the fragments of the black gas were thrown high up into the air and fell into a certain area. Soon, the 5 women collected all the materials scattered around them. However, when she picked up the fragment that was hiding the black gas directly emerged from the fragment and quickly entered the 7 orifices of the female disciple, disappearing without a trace. The eyes of the female disciple suddenly shot a burst of light that was different from the previous kind of stupidity, flashed away, and immediately restored that kind of stupidity. According to Yang Chen's orders, the fragments of the formation in her field of vision were packed up and naturally returned to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen waved his hand, and the 5 women went directly to the dome. Yang Chen looked around. Except for the mess, there were no clues that could be found. He smiled with satisfaction, summoned the shuttle, and flew quickly in the direction of Chunyang Palace. After flying continuously for 2 days, Yang Chen put away the shuttle, then found a secret place, arranged the illusion array. His body flashed and entered the illusion array. The dome hall quickly appeared, and Yang Chen walked in without thinking. In the hall, the 5 women were each occupying a corner, sitting on the ground, silently practicing. This was their normal state. As long as there were no other instructions from Yang Chen, they would practice here and increase their cultivation base. Under this kind of undistracted state, the growth rate of their cultivation base was comparable to that of those genius disciples. Don't pretend. Yang Chen looked at the female disciple who was attacked by the black gas and suddenly said, "They are all my puppets, controlled by me. Do you think you can hide these things from me?" The strength of the 3 purities secret art was something that this guy, who was originally a great principal golden immortal, could not guess. Naturally, he did not know that his every move had already been seen clearly by Yang Chen. Brush, the female disciple's reaction was not slow at all. She jumped up directly. However, she seemed to be very clear about the power of the 49 flying swords flying above the dome hall. She just stood there and did not move. If the physical body was finished, there would be no other possibility for his consciousness except death. Who dares to touch my avatar? She didn't know if it was because she was still not familiar with this body, or because the consciousness avatar was too seriously damaged when it came. The female disciple spoke intermittently, one word at a time, very awkward. It's not good to enjoy a good life in your immortal world. Do you have to suffer this? Yang Chen snorted coldly. You are loyal to your sect. Unfortunately, you met me. The other party also seemed to realize that it was not good. She didn't know what method she used. The two female disciples on both sides of her also stood up and faced her, their spiritual awareness suddenly released, as if they were transferring power to this female disciple. These 2 days were enough for the consciousness avatar to gather the consciousness that had been refined from the bodies of the two female disciples back into her current body. Even though her consciousness had been refined, the remaining instincts could still greatly increase her power. It was a pity that it was originally a consciousness avatar of a great principal golden immortal that had been weakened by 10,000 times. Even so, it still had the strength of the great ascension stage. It was just that after being tossed around by Yang Chen's formation, the consciousness was actually divided into 6 parts. The other 5 parts had been refined, leaving only 1/6, but it no longer had the realm of the great ascension stage. It directly fell to the level of the late Yuanying stage. Originally, if she was allowed to quietly absorb the consciousness that had been refined and only left with instincts, there was still hope to rush back to the great ascension stage. At that time, controlling these 5 bodies of the middle Jiran stage, she still had the power to fight. However, she only absorbed 2 bodies and was discovered by Yang Chen. She had lost a lot of memory, most of the remaining instincts, and this consciousness avatar didn't even remember who she was. Now she was only instinctively aware that the sword formation above her head was dangerous. Instinctively, she knew that Yang Chen was an enemy and must be eliminated. She didn't know anything else at all. According to the usual practice, the consciousness avatar entered the body of the consciousness carrier cultivator. Because of the resistance of the original active consciousness of the carrier cultivator, the power of the consciousness avatar would be rapidly weakened. So usually this kind of consciousness avatar would only last for a few days at most before the consciousness dissipated. However, the bodies of the 5 women without active consciousness were much more suitable than the consciousness carriers that any Taishaman were looking for. There was no active consciousness resistance at all. It was simply specially prepared for the consciousness avatar to descend to the lower realm. In this way, his consciousness avatar could be easily controlled in this body. In this case, it was not a question of how long it could survive, but with this body, the consciousness avatar was completely possible to cultivate again. When the realm was promoted and the memory was restored one by one, it might be a great master of ascension in the future. Chapter 562. It's not that Taishaman don't want to find a consciousness carrier with no active consciousness at all. It's really too difficult. The carrier cultivator must have a cultivation base in the Jiran stage, and the masters who reach this realm are almost all people with strong consciousness. It's easier said than done to make them an idiot. Cultivate from an early age? How can an idiot cultivate to the Jiran stage? Even if a lot of spiritual power is poured into the body every day, it's not possible. It's impossible not to improve the state of mind. As a last resort, Taishaman can only use other methods, such as trying to hypnotize the carrier cultivator and destroy his own consciousness with a powerful spiritual awareness. But in any case, it's still a little short, and it can't be completely without any active consciousness. As long as there is a little active consciousness of the main body, it will be a disaster for the descent of the consciousness clone. Even if it won't rebound for the time being, it will completely suppress the consciousness clone within a few days. After all, it's the original body, and it has a natural advantage. Although he can't remember many things, the consciousness clone still instinctively realized that the bodies on Yang Chen's side were more suitable for his consciousness clone to descend. Unfortunately, before he could fully recover, he had to face the suppression of Yang Chen. Big, bold. Even if he didn't remember who he was, the consciousness clone still understood that his identity was noble and not an ant-like guy could offend him. And he shouted loudly. The female disciple shouted, but her body did not dare to move, for fear that the sword array above her head would destroy the most suitable body. Yang Qin certainly knew what she was worried about. In the same way, Yang Qin also cherished these 5 female Jet-on stage cultivators and did not want to destroy them easily. After all, whether it was the 5 directions mysterious fairy formation or the blissful fairy formation formed by the 5 women, it could easily control a Yuanying stage master. It was a pity that it was destroyed like this. However, in the face of a consciousness that was only in the Deshang stage at most, and has not yet fully recovered 1/6 of his consciousness, how could Yang Qin be afraid? He smiled coldly and said to the other party, "Do you want to gather all the consciousness clone? Let me help you." The 2 female disciples behind him suddenly flew behind Yang Qin. Their bodies strangely flew up, one on each side. Their foreheads touched the back of Yang Qin's head as they hung in the air. "Come on, along with my consciousness, if you have the ability, then come and collect them together." Yang Qin provoked the other party. He spread his arms wide, as if he was opening the door wide. If there were outsiders, they would definitely think that Yang Qin was a hooligan. With 2 seductive beauties hanging behind him and 3 more in front of him, Yang Qin's arms were wide open, just like a pervert. When the female disciple on the other side saw Yang Qin's posture, her eyes suddenly lit up. With a thought, the 2 female disciples on her left and right also flew behind her like the female disciple behind Yang Qin and touched her forehead to the back of her head. This posture was the easiest to transmit spiritual awareness. Generally speaking, there were only a few postures for spiritual awareness double cultivation. Either the forehead was facing each other, the back of the head was facing each other, the forehead was facing each other, or the head was facing each other. As soon as the 2 women took this posture, the consciousness clone noticed that the speed of her absorption of the original consciousness was greatly accelerated. In a short period of time, it had recovered half of the original consciousness. Although the active consciousness was only 1/6 of the original, the instinctive consciousness was still there, and she plus the 2 female disciples had absorbed 4 of the 6, accounting for more than 2/3. The opposite Yang Qin only accounted for 1/3. Even if Yang Qin himself was added, what could be changed? It seemed that she was hopeful to recover. Brush, the figure of the female disciple, with the 2 female disciples behind her, stood directly opposite Yang Qin. She also knew that if Yang Qin wanted to control the sword formation above her head to kill herself, it was only a matter of time. So she did not intend to fight with Yang Qin physically. As long as the consciousness battle prevailed, why would she be afraid that these things of Yang Qin would not become her own? The foreheads of the 2 people touched together in an instant, and the consciousness clone's original great, principal, golden, immortal, instinctive consciousness attacked directly without thinking about it. The guys who could ascend, which one of them did not come out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, how could they not understand the benefits of taking the initiative to attack? The spiritual awareness that had already absorbed 2/3 of the power and was infinitely close to the Deshang stage rushed directly into the sea of consciousness of Yang Qin, and soon found that in the sea of consciousness of Yang Qin, the other 1/3 of the instinctive consciousness already existed. Without thinking about it, he directly grabbed it and integrated it into his own body. The fusion of the spiritual awareness was very fast and completed in a flash. Immediately, the consciousness clone began to crazily attack the sea of consciousness of Yang Qin. As long as Yang Qin's sea of consciousness was destroyed, he could control everything of Yang Qin. With her great, principal, golden, immortal vision, even if she had forgotten a lot of things, she could still distinguish between good and bad things. Even if the consciousness clone was only left with 1/6 of the active consciousness, as long as the active consciousness was not destroyed, with improvement of the cultivation base in the future, it would recover a little bit. With these 5 most suitable avatars for his own possession, maybe he could also achieve the magical power of 5 external incarnations. The consciousness clone, which had fully recovered, did not encounter any resistance in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, as if there was nothing in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Even the consciousness clone was amazed that Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was so big. With his current Deshang stage cultivation base, it was impossible to have such a huge sea of consciousness. This guy was not a simple guy. Suddenly there was a red color in front, and the consciousness clone rushed over without thinking about it. However, this was the sea of consciousness of Yang Chen. No matter what, it would be limited by Yang Chen. Although the consciousness clone felt that it was fast, it was as slow as an old cow crawling. It took a while to rush to the front. The red color was a long river of blood. Strictly speaking, it should be on the top of the consciousness clone. However, in the consciousness, there was no distinction between up and down, but it felt very difficult to get close to this long river of blood. Since it was so difficult to walk over, Yang Chen must cherish this long river of blood very much, and Yang Chen's sea of consciousness was so huge, it must have a certain relationship with the long river of blood. Although it was impossible to judge what was wrong with it, the consciousness clone instinctively knew that if he wanted to kill Yang Chen's consciousness, this long river of blood was the key. As long as it was broken, everything would not be a problem. Almost without thinking, the doppelganger's consciousness used its greatest speed, directly ignoring all kinds of obstructing forces, whipped the horse like a victorious general about to directly attack the enemy's nest, and rushed into the long river of blood with a bang. Chapter 563. As soon as he entered the bloody river, the endless killing intent was like a substance invading the consciousness of the avatar. Even if the consciousness avatar was already a great principal golden immortal, it was still not enough in the face of the bloody river that was integrated with the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage. Boom! The avatar consciousness was shocked by this killing intent. For a while, he stood in place and could no longer make any reaction. The immortal beheading stage was originally used to kill immortals. Even if it was a great principal golden immortal, there was a natural fear in the face of the immortal beheading stage. Even if it was not directly frightened into an idiot like Wan Qian and her disciple, they were also shocked to the point that they could no longer move. When the avatar consciousness was infected in the bloody river and suddenly saw an immortal beheading blade exuding boundless killing intent, the deterrent effect reached its peak. It was just a small avatar consciousness. How could it be as strong as the main body? When the immortal beheading saber directly slashed at the avatar consciousness, the mass of consciousness still did not have any reaction. All of its active consciousness was directly slashed by the saber, leaving no trace of consciousness. The moment the avatar consciousness dissipated in Yang Chen's mind, he suddenly received 2 very clear messages. The first one, of course, was the rebellion of the heavenly court that Yang Chen had long known. The mysterious heaven sect had entered the heavenly court, and even the sect master had served as the Jade Emperor. The second news surprised Yang Chen a little. It turned out to be the way to open a secret plane. This secret plane was not the secret plane after it was destroyed, nor was it arranged by the predecessors of the Taishimen. It was left by an ascended rogue cultivator. The mysterious heaven sect got the news in the immortal world and specially passed it down. However, this secret plane was a bit special. Although the owner of the secret plane had probably warned it in detail about the dangers of the secret plane, this consciousness avatar had forgotten most of the content. It only remembered that it was very dangerous and remembered the location and the way to open the secret plane, but it did not know the specific dangers. After the Taishimen consciousness avatar descended to the lower realm in the immortal world, it seemed that they had suffered a very painful casualty. It was estimated that they died in this secret plane. Although it was very dangerous, Yang Chen did not feel that it was not worth it to get this secret plane. How bad could the news that the profound heaven sect had sent down their consciousness avatars to the lower realm B. Moreover, although the Taishaman suffered many casualties back then, the subsequent development was even more rapid, which already explained a lot. While Yang Chen was still hesitating about how to deal with the secret plane, the Taishamen were already in an uproar. The receiving formation's explosion wasn't that intense. What was intense was the passage above the formation. Firstly, Yang Chen had chosen a valley surrounded by mountains. Secondly, Yang Chen had set up several protection arrays on the surrounding mountains. Therefore, even if there was an explosion, Yang Chen could still collect all the materials in a small area. The aftermath of the explosion even covered an area of over 1,000 miles. On Taishaman's side, the tunnel above the connecting formation exploded. Although it wasn't as intense as the one on Yang Chen's side, it still covered a radius of hundreds of miles in Taishaman. The receiving formation was originally inside the mountain guarding formation. For Taishaman, it could almost be said to be undefended. This explosion was at least 10 times stronger than the dozens of 10th water Yin thunder detonated by Liang Xiaoming the Ear. Tragically, there was an avatar of the old tree demon in Chunyang Palace that swallowed all the 10th water Yin thunder in one gulp and used his strong body to block most of the power of the 10th water Yin thunder. On the Taishaman's side, they were not so lucky. Not to mention that there were no masters of the Deshang stage who were willing to sacrifice their lives to help the sect. Even if there were, they couldn't cover such a powerful and large-scale explosion. The crazy explosion directly destroyed hundreds of miles to the ground, in a place close to the center of the receiving formation, except for a few high-level people on the edge of the formation, who were protected by 3 masters of the Deshang stage. There was no one left alive around. The 3 magic weapons of the 3 masters of the Deshang stage were directly destroyed, and the magic weapons of several other high-level people were also damaged to varying degrees. Even in places farther away, all the houses were destroyed. Within 300 miles, the disciples below the Jedon stage, and within 500 miles, the disciples below the middle foundation stage, all died. The mountain guarding formation was directly destroyed from the inside, and before it was rearranged, it could no longer be activated. The entire Taishaman was now under no protection. Several high-level Taishamen under the protection of 3 masters of the Deshang stage, plus the power of their own protective magic weapons, did not suffer any damage. However, the 3 masters who were protecting them on the outside all had varying degrees of injuries. In a short time, they could hardly fight with others. Looking at the hellish scenery inside the sect, several high-level people, including the sect master, simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that the receiving formation, which had been going on for thousands of years, would have a problem? Thinking of the master of the Deshang stage, who had rushed out to find the same spiritual fluctuations as the receiving formation, several high-level people were not fools. As long as the elder could find evidence that someone was also arranging the receiving formation, then all this was a conspiracy against the Taishaman. No matter who the guy was, no matter how strong his backing was, the sect master and the elders had secretly vowed to absolutely let the guy who conspired against the Taishaman pay a heavy price. But at the moment, everyone's energy should be focused on cleaning up the mess quickly. Moreover, the destruction of the mountain gate always needed an explanation to the outside world. Whether it was true or false, it was always necessary. Such a big thing could not be concealed. Chunyang Palace directly pushed the boat with the current and framed the Shirwan Mountains last time. Anyway, there were indeed people in the Shirwan Mountains who appeared in the Chunyang Palace. Although it was only to fight against Yang Chen, it also gave Chunyang Palace an excellent excuse to make a move. Others were not clear, but the high-level people of the Taishaman were clear that Chunyang Palace had long wanted to make a move on the Shirwan Mountains. But at the moment, it seemed that there was no opponent with enough weight for the Taishaman to rely on and pull everyone's hatred to the other side. If the Taishaman admitted that they were interfered with when they guided the Immortal World's consciousness clone to the lower realm, they could not afford to lose this face. For a while, in order to explain this to the outside world, several high-level people were also racking their brains. However, this explanation to the outside world was secondary. The important thing was that this time, not only was the sect destroyed, but the disciples in the sect suffered heavy casualties. More disciples were still injured and buried. If they were not rescued in time, the loss of the sect might be greater. Chapter 564. Within 100 miles from here, there was no need to carry out any treatment. Except for a few big shots, there was no living thing. 100 miles away, those surviving Jedon stage disciples had begun to be treated, and farther away, there were also people who had begun to help spontaneously. As soon as the big shots appeared, everyone's panicked mood suddenly calmed down. There were a few big shots in charge, and a few Dashang stage elders who almost never appeared also appeared, which made the Taishaman quickly calm down. No matter how big the storm was, as long as these few ancestors were fine, the Taishaman would be safe and sound. The Taishaman had a big business, and because the scope of the explosion affected outside the mountain gate, after all, the explosion occurred in the original mountain gate reception area, irradiated hundreds of miles, and even the market outside the mountain gate was directly destroyed. At least thousands of innocent rogue cultivators and disciples of other sects in the market were also affected. For the Taishaman, this explosion was simply a major terrorist attack. When the few big shots calmed down the fear of the disciples in the sect and began to arrange for their own rescue, it was already a day later. After that, the counting of the number of people saved lasted for a whole month. The results of the counting statistics made several high-level members of the Greatest Heavens sect directly vomit blood, because the explosion occurred in the sect's reception area, and this place was where the original mountain gate was located. Not far from the mountain gate was the residence of the Taishaman's quasi-outer mountain gate disciples and outer mountain gate disciples. Going further, it was the residence of the inner mountain gate disciples. Within 500 miles of the explosion, the disciples and servants below the foundation stage were all killed, and no one was left to breathe. This number alone had already reached tens of thousands. Although the number was large, all of them were below the foundation stage, and it did not seem to have much impact on the strength of the Taishaman. However, this meant that the reserve forces of the Taishaman were all destroyed in this explosion. The Taishaman, who were at the height of their power, lost tens of thousands of disciples with cultivation aptitude overnight. For at least the next 100 years, the Taishaman would be short of successors. In addition to the disciples below the foundation stage, there were also a lot of casualties among the disciples in the foundation stage. After counting, the casualties among the disciples in the foundation stage alone reached more than 2,000. Although this number was not a large number for a big sect like the Taishaman, it was close to a quarter of all the disciples in the foundation stage of the Chunyang Palace and the Chunyang Palace. If it was the Chunyang Palace, this loss would definitely be devastating. Strictly speaking, the strength of the Taishaman was not based on the disciples in the foundation stage, but the masters above the Jedon stage. If it was on a normal day within 100 miles of the mountain gate, except for a master in the Dashang stage, other masters would not come here. The problem was that in order to ensure that the welcoming array would not be affected by someone accidentally breaking in, several big shots went out together this time. They also sent 4 Yuanying stage ancestors with 20 Jedon stage masters to be on guard in several directions around the array. Even if it was a Yuanying stage ancestor, under the protection of several masters of the Dashang stage, it was impossible to resist the power of the explosion at such a close distance. At the time of the explosion, the 4 Yuanying stage ancestors and 80 Jedon stage masters were directly turned into flying ash in the explosion. Taking the Chunyang Palace as an example, the 4 Yuanying stage ancestors were already half of the Yuanying stage ancestors in the Chunyang Palace. 80 Jedon stage masters were at least 1/5 of the number. This time, half of the strength of the Chunyang Palace was gone. Even if it was placed in the Taishaman, it was a loss that they were distressed to the extreme. How could the Yuanying stage ancestors be so easy to cultivate. They lost 4 at once, and this was not counting the 80 Jidon stage masters, those who could be entrusted with important tasks on this occasion, which one of them was not a core disciple that was absolutely trusted by the sect. All of a sudden, they all collapsed. This was only the loss of personnel. Those houses that were destroyed were no less than 100,000, and even the foundation of the mountain protection array was destroyed by more than half. If the loss of these properties could be completely ignored by the Taishaman, then the loss of some ancient books made the Taishaman extremely distressed. The jade slips used by the prospective outer sect disciples and the outer sect disciples to lay the foundation, which recorded the basic knowledge of cultivation methods, alchemy, refining, and other miscellaneous, had been destroyed with the explosion because they were the closest. Even the scriptures pavilion of the inner sect disciples in the explosion range was destroyed by the explosion, and all the jade slips were destroyed. Although only some low-level cultivation methods and various basic knowledge were destroyed, those masters could still rely on memory to write it out again. However, not everyone had the abnormal memory of Yangqin, and could also restore some of the cultivation experience or miscellaneous ancient books that had been referred to in the past. And some of the cultivation methods were obviously not cultivated by anyone, which meant that they were lost. Only this one item, the information of the basic cultivation methods of the Taishaman, was reduced by half. This was what the disciples of the Taishaman had worked hard to collect from all over the world in various ways, and it was destroyed. More than half of the basic inheritance was directly lost. Even if the Taishaman started to recruit the outer sect disciples again, because of the loss of disciples and ancient books, they had to take some from the undamaged slaves to recultivate. They couldn't let the inner sect disciples in the foundation establishment stage take charge of the prospective outer sect disciples, could they? Not to mention the inheritance. The new outer sect disciples would even face the embarrassment of having to do some chores by themselves, because there were not enough slaves to help them. However, even if all these were solved, the Taishaman had to face another problem. Because of this explosion, almost all the outer sect disciples were killed. Would anyone still dare to join the Taishaman, a sect that could not even protect its own outer sect disciples? Although the strength of the Taishaman was still the best among the first-class sections, these losses did not take into account another item, which was the reputation of the Taishaman. When the mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace was destroyed, they almost immediately uprooted the Sherwan Mountains with a thunderous method. Not only did their reputation not decline, but it became even more prosperous. Now, what means would the Taishaman use to restore their lost reputation? Such a huge loss, even as strong as the Taishaman, would definitely be hurt. During the statistical process of this period of time, facing the loss reports that accumulated day by day, several high-level people could only use one word to describe their feelings, wanting to cry but having no tears. And while the high-level people of the Taishaman were collectively anxious and hated the guy who destroyed the consciousness clone in the lower world, the news that the Taishaman sect was destroyed by the crazy explosion had spread throughout the world of cultivation. Chapter 565. Although the active consciousness of the avatar consciousness was killed, the remaining avatar consciousnesses did not dissipate, and there was still an instinctive consciousness. However, this has no threat to Yangqin at all. In Yangqin's sea of consciousness, such a powerful Deshang stage consciousness was simply an excellent tonic. Remote control of the 5 female puppets, refining 1/6 of their active consciousness, could directly improve the 5 women by a realm. Not to mention that Yangqin personally refined the remaining 1/6 of the active consciousness in his mind, plus all the instinctive consciousness. The spiritual awareness was like being poured with growth hormones, growing wildly. This kind of benefits that came to the door, he didn't want it. Yangqin has now reached the Jedon realm, and for a long time he did not have to worry about the splitting of his spiritual awareness. This avatar consciousness of the immortal world's great principal golden immortal was soon completely turned into nothingness under the powerful 3 purities secret art. Originally, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was highly condensed, but the avatar consciousness of the great principal golden immortal was not given in vain. The peak Yuanying stage, the breakthrough, the early Deshang stage, until the peak of the early Deshang stage, the growth of the spiritual awareness stopped. The sea of consciousness shrank from 150 acres, expanded again, and returned to the size of 200 acres again. Whether it was the fifth earth layer, Penglai Divine Wood, or the Oxhead Bridge and the Yin-Yang Heaven-Burning Fire Dragon, they were all proportionally larger and more solid. The spiritual awareness of the Deshang stage made Yang Qin almost able to control all the magic weapons on his body, including the golden bell and the sea jasper in his body, plus the shuttle. This refining took Yang Qin a whole month. When he finished refining and drove the shuttle, he immediately found that the speed had increased by 50%. If the shuttle had this speed when Luo Yuan chased Yang Qin at that time, Yang Qin could stop and rest for 2 or 4 hours every day, waiting for Luo Yuan to catch up slowly. Otherwise, Luo Yuan would lose him. Leisurely rushing back to Chunying Palace, the first thing Yang Qin did was to rush to the sect's warehouse. He first paid a visit to Elder Zhengfeng, and then returned the materials that he had lent out before. Elder Zhengfeng had never thought that Yang Chen would need to return what he had lent out. However, since Yang Chen insisted, Elder Zhengfeng would not refuse. He still opened the door and let Yang Chen put away his things. Before Yang Chen came out of the warehouse, Elder Zhengfeng entered the warehouse with a smile. After helping Yang Chen put away the things, he directly took Yang Chen to the main hall of Chunying Palace. Ha 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 ha. Before he arrived, he heard the unscrupulous laughter of the head of the palace, as if something great had happened in the Chunying Palace. Yang Chen certainly knew why the palace master laughed. After such a long time, no matter how hard the Taishamen tried to block the news, it should have reached them by now. However, he still calmly followed Elder Zhengfeng into the main hall. In the main hall, it seemed that except for Wang Yong, who was in retreat, several elders were all present, and Gui Shanyu of the Hall of Eccentrics was also there, as if they were waiting for Yang Chen. Looking at this posture, Yang Chen naturally understood what it meant. The Taishamen also have this day. A few restrictions came out, and the first sentence of the palace master was a shout of joy, and then he laughed again. Yang Chen, you came back at the right time. With the restrictions, several elders spoke unscrupulously. Gao Xian was simply overjoyed and introduced to Yang Chen. Today I received the news that the Taishamen sect was attacked and the outer sect disciples were all destroyed. Tens of thousands of disciples and servants were killed, including 4 Yuanying stage masters and 80 Jedon stage masters. Half of the sect was destroyed. It was very satisfying. Originally, this was a high-level meeting of the Chunying Palace, but as long as Yang Chen was there, he would be pulled in. This was the acquiescence of several elders and the head of the palace. From now on, Yang Chen would be cultivated as an heir. So ruthless. Yang Chen knew that his detonation of the welcoming array would definitely cause a chain reaction on the side of the Taishamen, but he did not expect that there would be such a brilliant result, and he was overjoyed. The most basic purpose of Yang Chen, of course, was to destroy the descent of the Immortal World Consciousness clone and cut off the news channels of the Taishamen. The second was to give some damage to the Taishamen. Originally, he did not hold much expectation, but he got such a huge effect. How could it not make Yang Chen happy? The more you climb the mountain, the more you meet the tiger. Zhu Qintao also said with a happy smile. The Taishamen have been overbearing for so many years, but they still offended people who should not be offended. This time, the great hatred of the destruction of our sect. After all, someone still avenged us. The palace master and the elders were simply celebrating. This hidden in the dark was the same as the Dao sect, but always wanted to deal with the enemy of the Chunying Palace. They were so happy that they suffered such misfortune. However, with their identity, they could not make such a performance publicly. They could only hide and be secretly happy. When they returned to the people, they still had to seriously support the Taishamen. Otherwise, it would be easy for the Taishamen to guess that they already knew the truth about Liang Xiaoming. Even now, the Chunyang Palace still did not have the capital to deal with the Taishamen. Some things still could not be put on the surface. This was the sorrow of the weak. When the strength was not enough, even in the face of the enemy, they could only endure. But, in any case, it was certain that they were happy. The big shots and Yang Qin did not treat each other as outsiders. They directly let Yang Qin take out the jade dragon wine, and they drank and celebrated in the main hall of the Chunyang Palace. It was rare to encounter such a thing worth celebrating. Everyone even put down their usual high and mighty attitude, and they were presumptuous for a while. After enjoying the jade dragon wine, they were disbanded with admiration and went back. In the main hall, only the palace master and Yang Chen were left. Elder Zheng Feng drank happily. When he was about to leave, he was pulled by Yang Chen. After a while, he found an excuse to return to the main hall. After a few more restrictions, the palace master even felt that it was not safe. He directly took the two to his own portable medicine garden. He asked in a deep voice, "Yang Chen, what's the matter?" Wan Qian was not known where the palace master was hiding. Anyway, he did not see her after coming in. Yang Chen and Zheng Feng certainly would not be rude to open their spiritual awareness to explore in the territory of the palace master. After listening to the palace master's question, Yang Chen said, "Palace master, Elder Zheng, this disciple wants to ask the elder to hold an auction in the near future. After refining the materials that the disciple took out, I will sell them as soon as possible." "Why is this?" Elder Zheng Feng was stunned. He had not figured out the problem and asked in amazement. Chapter 566. The palace master's eyes lit up. He seemed to think of something, but his mouth was very casual and said, "Since you said so, then let's do it. Junior brother Zheng, I'll trouble you to refine those materials and send them out in batches as soon as possible." "I'll do it right away." "I'll do it." Elder Zheng Feng got up and nodded directly and started to act without saying anything. Chunyang Palace was now united. Especially the top level, it was completely harmonious, and there was no phenomenon of fighting for power and profit. For people who cultivated, once they found out that they had the hope of achieving the Deshang stage or even ascending, who would care about the secular power? Everyone at the top of the sect now had the questioning inner heart pill. Everyone saw the pursuit. Even if they piled up the power of the sect, the elders felt that it was a waste of time and hindered their own cultivation. Who would take the initiative to do it? If it weren't for some things that depended on them to control the overall situation, maybe they would even want to resign as elders and concentrate on cultivation. Wait, Elder Zheng Feng was about to leave, but the palace master suddenly stopped him. Elder Zheng Feng hurriedly turned back and looked at the palace master, waiting for the instructions of the palace master. "Don't let it out like this." The palace master hesitated for a moment and said again, "Let the Jiran stage disciples who are good at refining work hard, use these materials, and create a batch of flying sword embryos. After taking it back, let Gaoyu slightly change the appearance and distribute it to the disciples who have recently performed well. The record date of the refining is 20 years in advance. No matter who asks, just say that the sect's disciple Gaoyu has been in retreat for 30 years and refined this batch of flying sword." Although he didn't know what happened to Yang Chen here, Yang Chen was in a hurry to sell this batch of things. There must be a reason, for fear that others would find out about this batch of materials. The palace master also knew that Yang Chen took a batch of high-level materials, so he simply did not release any of them to help his own sect's disciples, and even put the matter on Gaoyu. He believed that with the relationship between Yang Chen and Gaoyu would definitely recognize it. This batch of sword embryos made of high-level materials was also enough to become some disciples' life source flying sword. Of course, although the sword embryo was good, it still required everyone's own efforts. Normally, materials of this level would not be released so easily. Since there was a problem, they might as well help a group of loyal disciples. Moreover, it would be better to cover up the whereabouts of the materials. Even if someone investigated, they would not be able to find a trace. Elder Jingfeng looked at the palace lord, then looked at Yang Qin. A trace of doubt flashed across his face, his eyes fixed on Yang Chen's face, seemingly waiting for an answer. Facing Elder Zhang Feng's gaze, Yang Chen fiercely nodded at him, as if admitting something. Joy immediately appeared on Elder Zhang Feng's face. He laughed and then said loudly, "I'll go and arrange it. This time, there's no need for anyone else to do it. We old fellows will do it ourselves. There won't be any mistakes." After sending out Elder Zhang Feng, the head of the palace waved his hand, and a table and 2 chairs appeared in the medicine garden. Without waiting for Yang Qin to say anything, the head of the palace waved his hand and stopped him. "Wait a minute, take out your jade dragon wine, drink it, and talk." Wan Qian, who had been hidden somewhere by the palace mistress, suddenly appeared at the table, holding 2 plates of seemingly delicious fruits in her hands. It seemed that the taste of the palace master and Yang Chen was the same. They both liked to use the things produced in the medicine garden to accompany the wine. Under the well-behaved service of Wan Qian, the head of the palace and Yang Qin sat on one side. After drinking a cup, the head of the palace said, "Say it!" Yang Qin said what he had done. Of course, it was not detailed enough that he knew the time of the activation of the other party's welcoming array. He just said that he accidentally discovered the array at the gate of the Taishimen. He found that in a miscellaneous book there were 2 of the same kind of array which could cause the same frequency oscillation. The spiritual power could not be controlled, and eventually led to an explosion. Hearing Yang Qin directly admit that he arranged another similar array, and then used the spiritual power oscillation to make the Taishimen's array explode, which eventually caused huge losses and heavy casualties of the Taishimen, the head of the palace was simply happy. He kept drinking the delicious jade dragon wine and let go of his restraint. He was a different person from the usually dignified and steady head of the palace. It was Yang Qin who discovered the conspiracy of the Taishimen. Now he had avenged the destruction of the sect's mountain gate. It was also Yang Qin, and he did it so beautifully. The head of the palace had long been so happy that he did not know how to describe it. He only knew that the sect accepting Yang Qin was definitely the best thing he had ever done in his life. The only pity was that the head of the palace could only share this happiness with Yang Qin, and could not even talk to other elders. Even if Elder Zhengfeng had already vaguely guessed something, Yang Qin just nodded silently, but would never easily admit it. The matter was too important. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a hole in the sky. Once it was caught by the Taishimen, even if the strength of the Chunyang Palace had soared, they still could not escape the fate of being destroyed. Therefore, whether it was Yang Qin or the head of the palace, they were quite cautious. However, such a happy thing could only be kept in the stomach. Even the head of the palace could not help but feel a little aggrieved. But the joyful mood would never change because of this little regret. The head of the palace was simply satisfied with the successor he had chosen. Capable, not fighting for a moment, loyal to the sect, repeatedly making unexpected surprises. There had never been a disciple who made the head of the palace so satisfied. For Yang Qin, he was already satisfied and could not be more satisfied. Yang Qin accompanied the head of the palace to drink for almost a whole day. The head of the palace was happy. How could Yang Qin not be happy? This time, almost half of the inheritance of the Taishimen was eliminated, so that the pace of the Taishimen's expansion was slowed down for more than 100 years. All of this was a gift outside of his own main purpose. How could Yang Qin not be happy? Even if the Taishimen were big, it was impossible to bear this kind of blow again and again, right? Yang Qin was now like the little ant who had dug 1,000 miles of embankment. He was hollowing out the Taishimen little by little. He was one step closer to his revenge. He just didn't know if this time he had directly killed the enemy of his previous life, Yanglan. In his subconscious, Yang Chen did not want this kind of thing to happen. His own life and death enemy, the guy who caused the misfortune of his and his master's previous life. If he died like this, it would definitely be too easy for him. Yang Chen still thought that one day he would personally cut off his head. When he was tipsy, Yang Chen suddenly began to worry how to get the benefits of the secret plane in his hands and not expose himself, and not expose the pure Yang Palace. Chapter 567. The secret plane was very dangerous. There was no doubt about this. Even in his previous life, with the fierceness of the Taishaman, they still lost a lot of manpower. If Chunyang Palace wanted to swallow this secret plane, I am afraid that it would never pay less than the price of the Taishaman. Another point was that the intelligence of this secret plane was sent by the consciousness clone of the immortal world. Although this time the Taishaman did not get any news, who could guarantee that the next time the consciousness clone came, the Taishaman would not know? At that time, the sect or individual who swallowed the secret plane would definitely be the target of the crazy revenge of the Taishaman. Speaking of it, this secret plane was really a bit of a hot potato. Compared with the rich resources inside, the safety of the sect and personal safety were more important. However, it was absolutely impossible for Yang Chen to give up the wealth of this secret plane to the Taishaman. Since he couldn't take it himself, he couldn't let the Taishaman get this benefit. As long as several big sects were involved, maybe Chunyang Palace could get a piece of the pie in the end. Explain it to the head of the palace? Yang Chen couldn't explain where he got the news, so it was better to do it secretly. After making up his mind, Yang Chen had no burden and enjoyed the jade dragon wine with the head of the palace. Today, the head of the palace was in a good mood. It may be the first indulgence after he was promoted to the Yuanying stage ancestor. He was drunk until he was unconscious, and even forgot to release Yang Chen from the medicine garden. Chunyang Palace was celebrating happily, but the Taishaman had already ignited a raging anger. The elder of the Deshang stage, who rushed out to find the same spiritual power fluctuations as the welcoming array, had returned and brought back a piece of news that shocked the Taishaman's high-level officials. The place where the formation was arranged had been found. In fact, with such a large range, it was impossible to cover it seamlessly, and it was inevitable to be discovered. However, he only found traces of an explosion. As for any other spiritual power or divine sense, not even a trace of smell was left. By the time he arrived, it had been raining heavily for several days due to the abnormal spiritual energy. Other than confirming that it was the site of the explosion, he couldn't find any other clues. For such a huge explosion to appear in an uninhabited area with a radius of several hundred kilometers, yet the center of the explosion was similar to that of the Great Guiding Formation. This already explained many problems. What made people's eyes almost pop out of their sockets was that there was not a single valuable thing left in such a large area that could be used to trace the opponent. Even the debris after the explosion was cleaned up. It was simply a joke to rely on this to trace. The only thing that could be confirmed was that someone had also set up the same receiving formation and detonated it, causing the Taishaman's consciousness avatar to fail on the verge of success in descending to the lower realm, causing a disaster. All the Taishaman's higher-ups were like bulls that had been provoked and had already turned red. They looked at everyone as if they were murderers. The lives of tens of thousands of disciples and servants. Even if they had to burn their bones and scatter their ashes, they would not hesitate to catch the murderer. In fact, all the Taishaman's disciples above Jedon had been sent out and began to frantically search for any possible clues. The higher-ups had already issued the pattern and materials of the receiving formation. Any formation master and those who had come into contact with these materials would be the first suspects. The Taishaman's anger was the joy of many sections. Although with the status of the Taishaman in Taoism, even if they were happy, they were just like the higher-ups of the Chunyang Palace who secretly hid to drink and celebrate. However, happiness was happiness. Even during these days of cultivation, they felt that their state of mind was open and their cultivation was advancing day by day. As for some disciples of the Demon Gate and Demon Cultivators, They did not even hide their happiness. Everyone was originally in a life-and-death hostile position. Someone had helped them vent their anger, and they couldn't wait to celebrate crazily. The arrogance of the Taishamen over the years had indeed made many people dissatisfied. It was just that because of the strength of the Taishamen and some matters of face, no one showed their dissatisfaction. Even the attitudes of several other big sects were like this. It could be seen how unpopular the Taishamen had been in these years. The first suspects of the Taishamen were the several big sects that were almost as famous as them. Everyone was competing for the position of the leader of the Taoism, and sometimes there was constant discord in the open and in the dark. The incident of the 5 Elements sect in the barren Sand Valley was one of them. However, the Taishamen, whose strength had been greatly damaged, could not bear the consequences of becoming enemies with several big sects at the same time. Although they were suspicious, they did not dare to show it. The second suspects were some big sect of the Demon Gate and some extremely powerful demon cultivator alliance. Only they were the enemies of the Taishamen for a long time. It was really normal for them to do such a thing. The third level was the alliance of some overseas individual cultivators. The Taoism, led by the Taishamen, ruled the most fertile area on this land. These individual cultivators could only be forced to go overseas to find a living space. Although there was sometimes no shortage of cultivation-blessed lands with abundant spiritual power overseas, they had to compete with some powerful guys. It would be a lie if they did not hate the Taishamen. They were eager to see something happen to the Taishamen. The last suspects were the other small sects in the Taoism. Among them, the Chunyang Palace was relatively more suspicious, because a few decades ago the mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace had been destroyed once, but no one died. Who knew if the Chunyang Palace was venting their anger and revenge? However, the senior leaders of the Taishamen were still not sure about this. They were not sure if the Chunyang Palace had already known the truth. After all, for so many years, the Chunyang Palace had always claimed that it was the doing of the Shirwan Mountains, and they had directly destroyed the Shirwan Mountains. At the same time, their attitude toward the Taishamen had not changed from beginning to end, so the senior leaders of the Taishamen were not sure. As for the other small sects and the more numerous individual cultivators, they were the least suspected. Of course, this did not mean that they were not suspected. Almost everyone who had a little reputation for the research of formations was suspected. The people of the Taishamen almost went crazy to investigate every cultivator, which also caused panic among the cultivators. Some people had just raised a little objection, thinking that this was a little too much. Less than a day after saying this, the people of the Taishamen came to the door and cut off their heads. From then on, no one dared to say anything and let the Taishamen do whatever they wanted. Of course, these were all individual cultivators. The Taishamen did not dare to have such an attitude toward the real big sect. It happened to be a time of great changes. If they were jointly suppressed by the big sect, the famous Taishamen would not be able to bear it. Chapter 568. The welcoming formation had always been the core secret of the sect. It could almost be said that except for the head of the sect and a few rare core elders, it was impossible to come into contact with it. On the side of the Taishamen, someone had arranged an identical welcoming formation. Could it be that there was a problem with these core elders? The sect master was a smart person and did not have such doubts. Almost all of these elders were masters of the Dashang stage, and they lived in seclusion. They basically did not care about the affairs of the world. They only wanted to ascend. How could they do this kind of thing? However, everything was inexplicable. Why? Could it be that the other party was not a welcoming formation, but another kind of formation that could induce the explosion of the welcoming formation? Thinking of the inexplicable semicircular black hole above the welcoming formation at that time, everyone was puzzled. Everyone couldn't help but be confused. Even Yang Qin did not know what the effect of arranging 2 welcoming formations at the same time would be. He just tried it with a little hope and succeeded in one fell swoop. and the Taishaman's knowledge of the formation was not necessarily half of Yang Chen's. How could they figure out such a core problem? But the doubts continued. The Taishamen were like mad dogs, attacking everywhere. Their blood-red eyes stared at all the suspicious people. As long as there was a slight movement, they would definitely swarm up and put the opponent to death. The Taishamen were really anxious. After such a long time, not to mention revenge, they couldn't even find the target. At that time, the Chunyang Palace was only on the day of the explosion, but they caught the people of the 100,000 mountains. Moreover, a month after everyone was still talking about it, they directly brought people to the 100,000 mountains. It must be known that even if they rushed from the Chunyang Palace to the 100,000 mountains, it would take almost a month on the road. To say that the Chunyang Palace was not prepared was nonsense. The Taishamen knew that for the 100,000 mountains, the Chunyang Palace had prepared for at least several years. However, even the small Chunyang Palace could immediately find a target to vent their anger when they were bombed, and even took the huge benefits of the 100,000 mountains. For the Taishamen, they didn't even know who their opponent was. How could they not be angry? More than a month passed, and there was no clue at all. On the contrary, many people had a different view of the Taishamen again. It was just because of the special situation at this time. Everyone dared not speak out in anger, but behind the scenes, who didn't applaud the bombing of the Greatest Heaven sect and wished that the Greatest Heaven sect would be bombed a few more times. However, after all, the Taishamen were still the Taishamen. Soon, dozens of small sects united to denounce this destructive act against the Taishamen. At the same time, these dozens of small sects collectively threw themselves into the arms of the Taishamen and became a part of the Taishamen. Not only these dozens of small sects, but even several rogue cultivator alliances also came over and directly joined the Taishamen. Although the Taishamen had suffered heavy casualties after the explosion, with the addition of so many new sects and forces, they also recovered part of their strength in just a few dozen days. Even if these joining forces were not as strong as the Taishamen in the past, the addition of the reserve forces, especially the disciples and servants of the outer sects, eased the urgent needs of the Taishamen. In a short period of time, they no longer had to worry about the lack of successors and the dilemma that even if they recruited disciples, they could not train them. People with discerning eyes could almost immediately see that these dozens of small sects did not support the Taishamen because of this matter. It was clear that the Taishamen had long placed their pawns and had been helping them do things that were inconvenient for the Taishamen to show up. Now that the Taishamen were in trouble, naturally, they returned immediately to strengthen their prestige. Such actions, although there were several big sects, none of them were as powerful as the Taishamen. Dozens of small sects, plus 2 small rogue cultivator alliances, each of which did not look very eye-catching, at most had a Yuanying stage ancestor, but the combined strength was surprising, even not worse than the Chunyang Palace. What made people most speechless was that this was still part of the strength of the Taishamen hidden in the dark. Who knew if the Taishamen had revealed all the strength they controlled? This action immediately caused many sects to be even more vigilant in their hearts. What were the Taishamen trying to do? They had secretly arranged so many pawns, many of which were even around several other big sects. Their intentions were almost obvious. Fortunately, there was this explosion. In order to stabilize the morale of the sect, the Taishamen exposed these hidden pawns. If it had continued like this, maybe these hidden pawns would be the culprits of the explosion of their own sect one day. Good explosion! For the arrangement of the Taishamen, countless people once again issued such a voice in their hearts and began to intentionally or unintentionally set up a variety of mazes for the investigation of the Taishamen. Elder Zheng Feng was more certain of everything when the Taishamen began to investigate certain materials. At the same time, he also urged several old fellows of the Yuanying stage to quickly work and refine those materials. With the help of the 8 newly joined Yuanying stage monsters in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave, several elders worked together, and this matter was handled quickly. In just 5 days, all the things were handed over to Gao Yu. Gao Yu has been consolidating her realm recently. The water attribute spirit power cultivation base is almost the same as the fire attribute spirit power, and Yang Qin also suggested to her when she came out of seclusion that she should cultivate both water and fire. As long as it is coordinated, these two opposite attributes can definitely bring unexpected disasters to the opponent. What is this? Seeing a lot of good sword embryos sent by Elder Zheng Feng, Gao Yu couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Let Yang Qin explain it to you." Elder Zheng Feng put down the things, left a sentence, and did not stay much and left directly. Yang Qin was here with Gao Yu. It was not easy to come back, of course, he had to accompany his master. It was not to have a spiritual awareness, double cultivation with his master. But here with Gao Yu, Yang Qin could not think about anything. Just enjoy the warm and tempting taste. Since Elder Zheng Feng said so, Yang Qin certainly could not explain at all. After thinking about it, Yang Qin decided to take out the words of the master of the palace and said it to Gao Yu. The Taishaman's great disaster was actually all because of Yang Qin? Gao Yu couldn't believe her ears. Once such a thing was leaked, not only for Yang Qin, but for the entire Chunying Palace, it would be a disaster. What should we do with these sword embryos? After listening to Yang Qin's description, Gao Yu picked up a sword embryo without saying a word and asked. Since these things were hidden dangers, it was necessary to cover them up for Yang Qin, even if they had to risk their lives. Chapter 569. Gao Yu was busy in an instant, and Yang Qin was idle once again. At this time, he finally began to think about the words of the master of the palace after he was drunk. Since you are already in the Jedan stage, consider accepting a few talented apprentices. This was the original words of the master of the palace at that time. According to the rules of Chunying Palace, only those who reached the Jedan stage could accept apprentices. Of course, this referred to the disciples of the inner sect. In fact, most of the sects had such rules. Otherwise, they would not turn the Jedan stage into a master. The words of the master of the palace stimulated Yang Qin's memory. Since he couldn't move the idea of the secret plane for the time being, and he had to plan for a period of time, Yang Qin really might as well accept a few apprentices and train them well. It must be known that when he was on the Immortal Executioner platform, Yang Qin also promised many people that if he met a suitable disciple, he would inherit their unique skills. This was also some of the conditions that Yang Qin agreed to after receiving the information of those people. Since he already had the qualifications to accept apprentices, Yang Qin thought about it and decided to fulfill the conditions he had promised. However, Yang Qin did not accept anyone casually. He still had to consider it. For those with mediocre qualifications, as long as they were disciples of Chunying Palace, as long as they were willing, Yang Qin could instruct them, and he would spare no effort to instruct them, but he would not accept them as apprentices. Since he had been reborn, how could Yang Qin let go of those talented little guys in his memory? Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue couldn't be helped, but Yang Qin was still trying to establish an unbreakable relationship with them. As for those younger generations who were famous in the world, Yang Qin was naturally not polite and wanted to take them to his side first. Chun Mo, male, previous life overseas rogue cultivator, earth attribute, a soul departing flute, a wandering immortal sword. No one dared to offend him in the immortal world. Yiyu, male, previous life Wuji demon schools, master son, metal attribute, limitless demon skill, almost arrogant in the demon world. Yu, female, disciple of the Water Moon House in my previous life, water element. Although she was a woman, no one in the demon realm dared to be disrespectful to her. She wore a starry sky magic treasure made up of all kinds of fine needles on her body, the Water Moon Mirror. Hannah Mengyu, female, disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island in her previous life, would attribute. In terms of combat power, Hannah Mengyu might not be the strongest, but she had the ability to accelerate the growth of plants. No matter how difficult it was to grow a plant, As long as it was in the hands of Hanamengyu, it could be successfully grown. The method of planting the thunder pomegranate was all thanks to her. Just this ability alone was enough to make countless people scramble for it. Mubo male, disciple of the Taishaman in his previous life. Sword cultivator, wood element. He was originally a demon, a cypress tree that gained sentience. Later on, he became the hall master of the Hall of Eccentrics of the Taishaman. He used his own tree core to forge the Netherworld Time Sword and swept across the demon world. Although he was a disciple of the Taishaman, he focused on cultivation and ignored external affairs. He had no contact with Yangchen at all. Bing Kong male, disciple of the Cold Crystal Cave in his previous life. Mechanic, water element. The silver star formed by 6 ice crystal flying swords was unparalleled. He was also an outstanding mechanical engineer. The mechanical puppets that he created were simply treasures that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Yu Fan male, rogue, cultivator of the overseas in his previous life. Earth and metal dual attributes. He was best at 10,000 swords returned to origin, which was similar to the 10,000 swords secret art that Yangchen once used. He had a cosmos divine sword in his hand. Sanan male, disciple of the divine mystery sect in his previous life. Qilin bloodline, Qilin left arm, fire element. He was talented and unique. He had tempered his left arm into an indestructible Dharma treasure. After joining the Heavenly Court's army, although he was only a small heavenly soldier, even a commander like the mighty miracle god did not dare to slight him. Emo Chunmei, female, disciple of the Blue Cloud sect in his previous life. Fire element. She was another outstanding disciple after Sun Qingxue for hundreds of years. From the mortal world to the heavenly court, the Blue Cloud sect was able to compete with the Taishaman of the Mystic Heaven sect. That was because of the strength of Sun Qingxue and Emo Chunmei. Bei Fuyun male, rogue cultivator of the Kunlun sect in his previous life. Fire element, crafting grandmaster. In the immortal world, even Yang Chen's ability to control fire at his peak couldn't be compared to Bei Fuyun. Just this alone showed how strong Bei Fuyun was. As a crafting grandmaster, his magic weapons were unparalleled. He was known as the #1 crafting master after Taishang Laojun. So many talented little guys would appear one after another in the next 1,000 years. At this time, if Yangchen did not seize the time to recruit them one by one, wouldn't it be a waste of the luck of his rebirth? Oh right, there was also Old Demon Yi. Although Old Demon Yi and Yangchen died together in his previous life, the demonic art was the foundation of Yangchen's power in this life. Speaking of it, it could be said that he had the grace of passing on his skills. In this life, since Yangchen had already stood in this position, he would naturally not forget the grace of Old Demon Yi. The grace of passing on skills should be repaid with the grace of passing on skills. There is no better way to repay the kindness than to accept Old Demon Yi as a disciple and train him with all his strength, right? All these people, except for Old Demon Yi and Hanamengyu, almost all had some kind of innate or acquired spiritual root. Their cultivation qualifications were good, not worse than Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling. In Yang Chen's heart, he had already scheduled them as his own disciples. He believed that if he accepted these people as his disciples, it would be impossible for the Chunyang Palace to decline even if it wanted to. And he could actually become the master of these top-grade demons. How much he looked forward to it. In more than 300 years, Mu Bo would join the Taishaman, and then slowly become the master of the Hall of Eccentrics of the Taishaman. In his previous life, it was the Taishaman who first made a Hall of Eccentrics, so all the sects had the rule of allowing demons to join. To join the Hall of Eccentrics, one needed at least the strength of the Yuanying realm. So at this time, Mu Bo should only be in the Jiedon realm at most. It was necessary to accept this super evildoer as his subordinate in advance. He must not leave this genius to the Taishaman. Accepting Mu Bo would not only enrich the strength of the Chunying Palace, but also weaken the strength of the future Taishanmen. Where could he find such a good thing to kill two birds with one stone? What made Yang Qin a little speechless was that when this Mu Bo named himself, he was just as bad as Shikue and Xiasha. It was clear that he reversed the name of his body, which was quite irresponsible. Fortunately, in his previous life, Mu Bo was strong enough and famous enough, so Yang Qin still remembered where his body was at that time. He had to take advantage of the present opportunity to accept this powerful guy as his disciple first. As for how to guide a demon cultivator, Yang Chen had many secret books of cultivation, and even the old tree demon had not yet received it from Yang Chen. For the time being, he needed to further see how reliable they were. At that time, Yang Chen could even give them pointers together. Chapter 570. After determining his target candidates, Yang Chen suddenly found that he needed to take these little monstrous geniuses one by one for a long time. These were the strong people who emerged before his ascension in his previous life. He did not know if he could find them all before his ascension in this life. However, even if he ascended, he must arrange for Chunyang Palace to take these people into his pocket. Mu Bo's body was in a wild land in the north, far from the central plains ruled by the orthodox Dao sects. The land there was barren, the climate was relatively dry and bitter. It was not suitable for plants to survive. However, Mu Bo's body grew up there. This difficult environment was also an important reason for Mu Bo's later dominance. The more difficult the environment, the more perseverance, and the more they could face all kinds of wind and rain. Just like Sun Qingxue in his previous life, she was excluded in the sect, destroyed her own cultivation base, started from scratch, and finally became a genius of a generation. This truth also applied to Mu Bo. On the way to find Mu Bo's body, Yang Qin could also complete one thing, that was to collect the first with true essence. On the Immortal executioner stage, an immortal who was beheaded said that there was a vein of first with true essence in his immortal's cave in the lower realm. Yang Qin certainly would not waste it. Now Yang Chen was only a third fire and fourth fire dual attribute Jiran, and the other 8 spiritual powers were still at the peak of the foundation stage. According to Yang Chen's past cultivation experience, as long as he collected the first with true essence and cultivated the first with true secret art, he could at least ensure that the first with spirit power could also be successfully condensed. He didn't know if the first with spirit power condensing would trigger other attributes of spirit power to also condense, but at least it could make Yang Chen's Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art more perfect. In the same way, it would definitely drive the process of other attributes of spirit power condensing. Just condensing. It would take at least 10 years to consolidate. At that time, Yang Chen's master, Gao Yu, was qualified to receive disciples after 10 years of condensing, and the first one was Yang Chen. Now, although Yang Chen said that the master of the palace had already recognized him as a disciple, Yang Chen also had to condense his own Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art. That was the right path of cultivation, just as the first with flying sword embryo had been completed. He believed that with the first with true essence quenching, the first with flying sword in the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements flying sword would soon become another flying sword of Yang Chen. The ancestor Wang Yong was still in retreat, and his senior apprentice, Sister Gong Sunling, was still following her master to study several sublevels of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave. Over the years, some absolutely trusted disciples had been able to enter the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's Cave to cultivate, and the effect was better than in the Chunyang Palace. Yang Qin just hurriedly greeted Gong Sunling, did not say much, and left the Chunyang Palace. Since the master of the palace saw Yang Qin casually take out the bodies of 15 big praying mantis and the Yuaning stage ancestor Wan Qian, he had never said anything about Yang Chen's safety. Even Luo Yuan couldn't do anything to Yang Qin. There were really few people in the world who could hurt Yang Qin. Perhaps except for those super masters who really wanted to ascend, few people could threaten the safety of Yang Qin. However, since they were facing the ascension, How could they easily come out and embarrass a junior in the Jian stage? No one knew what Yang Chen was going to do, and no one cared about what Yang Chen was going to do. What Yang Chen had done over the years had proved to the top management of Chunyang Palace that as long as Yang Chen was allowed to do it, they only needed to be responsible for solving some small troubles afterwards. Yang Chen was definitely running for Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen still intended to endure for a few years about the secret plane. It was more important to seduce the little genius, strengthen himself, weaken the enemy, and improve his own cultivation on the way. Why not? The more troublesome thing was that the area where Mu Bo was located was in the territory of the monster race. It was still north of the Plain of the Monsters, on the snow-covered land all year round. If he wanted to pass, he must pass through the Plain of the Monsters and face countless powerful guys that may appear on the road. Yang Chen was a Dao sect disciple in the Jian realm. If he entered the Plain of the Monsters, there would be a lot of trouble. In addition, the location of the first Wood True Essence was also in a secret place in the Plain of the Monsters. Yang Chen did not understand. How did the predecessor think of putting his own immortal's cave in the Plain of the Monsters? Was he originally from the monster race? This was very possible. There were many monster cultivators in the heavenly court. The one who was beheaded at that time was not famous. It was impossible for Yang Chen to have any contact with him. Moreover, with Yang Chen's cultivation at the time, it was very normal for him not to know the details of the other party. Although Yang Chen now had a physique that did not look like a normal human at first glance, coupled with the huge horns in his sea of consciousness, it was easy to be mistaken for a monster cultivator. However, this could not reduce the danger in the Plain of the Monsters, especially after crossing the Plain of the Monsters and entering the northern mountains. The area where the monster race lived was not a place where one could rely on reason to survive. The first determinant of survival there was strength. In many things there was no right or wrong in the monster race, only the level of strength. Because your strength was low, it was a matter of course to be eaten by another powerful monster. No monster would come out to fight for you. As for the resource snatching and the spiritual vein snatching, it was even more common. Dao Ba, with the cultivation base of the late Yuanying stage, could barely mix here. The danger of the monsters plain could be seen. Before leaving, Yang Chen visited his friends again. In the past few decades, everyone had made progress. Du Qian even entered the Jian stage before Yang Chen, but this was also normal. When Yang Chen first entered the sect, Du Qian was already in the late foundation establishment stage. After a few decades, he entered the Jian stage, which was already considered slow. What surprised Yang Chen the most was Shanghai Feng, the steward of the Ishio villa, who could not even achieve the foundation stage in the past, only entered the foundation stage a few years earlier than Yang Chen. Now he has reached the peak of the foundation stage, only one step away from the Jian stage. This could only explain one thing. Although the cultivation aptitude was important, the correct cultivation method could still change all this, and it was obvious that Shanghai Feng had found his own way of cultivation. The sect was thriving, his master had gotten rid of the original fate, his friends were also successful in their cultivation. But the enemy's sect was greatly damaged, and all of this was caused by Yang Chen. Was there anything that made Yang Chen happier than this? If he had to say something, then there was only one. After so many years, Xiao Tian finally completely digested the dragon qi that was swallowed in the treasure house last time. His whole body seemed to have grown a circle, and he was flying around happily in the medicine garden. Chapter 571. Now with the size of Xiao Tian, Yang Chen couldn't catch it with one hand. However, this did not prevent Yang Chen from using it when it was attached to a weapon. As long as Yang Chen used it, the hilt of the sword and the hilt of the incarnation of Xiao Tian would only be the most suitable size and shape for his hand. Gue Shanyu also found a lot of high-level magic weapon fragments from the portal of the Deshang realm. These fragments were Xiao Tian's favorite food at present. Every piece of broken skin could make it enjoy it for a long time. Looking at the lively appearance of Xiao Tian, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved again. In the Dragon Palace treasure house, there were still a few things that could not be collected. Now that Yang Chen's cultivation base has also improved and Xiao Tian has completely absorbed the dragon qi, could it be considered to go to the Dragon Palace again to collect the remaining things? However, for the time being, Yang Chen still suppressed this idea. First, these things in his hands have not been completely collected by Yang Chen so far. Second, Yang Chen also knew in his heart that always letting Xiao Tian exceed its own limits to absorb the dragon qi was not so good for its growth. It always had to be enough. Even so, the growth of Xiao Tian still gave Yang Chen a small surprise. The reason why those magic weapon fragments were thrown away was that there was no value in recycling. Although the materials were still there, they had been mixed and sacrificially refined in various ways. It was difficult to reuse them. However, the strength of Xiao Tian really made Yang Chen a little stunned. After the magic weapon fragments were absorbed by Xiao Tian, they miraculously changed their appearance. The mixed materials were still mixed, but the traces of sacrificial refining were completely eliminated, as if they were swallowed by Xiao Tian. Without the traces of sacrificial refining, those materials could be refined and separated in many ways to become top-level materials that could be used again. It must be known that this part of the materials were basically produced in the Yuanying and Deshang realm portals, and the level itself was not low. Of course, Yang Chen did not intend to tell anyone about this benefit for the time being. Instead, he asked Shanghai Feng to pay attention to it and collect more magic weapon fragments of the Yuanying stage and Deshang stage. In the long history of cultivators, it was unknown how many of these things were piled up in various unknown places. As long as one had the heart, one could collect countless of them. To Yang Chen, these countless magic treasure fragments meant countless high-grade crafting materials. Yang Chen's great yin-yang 5 elements, flying sword, happened to be lacking all kinds of top-notch materials to refine. This was simply a cheap raw material delivered to his doorstep. Speaking of which, this time Xiao Tian was also an upgrade. Yang Chen was happy and piled a large number of magic weapon fragments around Xiao Tian. Of course, the most important thing was the flying sword, the blood demon vine flying sword, and the first with sword embryo. Xiao Tian's body was coiled on the first with sword embryo, and the blood demon vine flying sword was in his mouth, playing with it. Yang Chen wanted to leave, but some people didn't want him to leave. Making up his mind to go to the monster race site, Yang Chen was about to report to the head of the palace and leave, but was told by the head of the palace that the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Tantai Ro, came to visit Chunying Palace and specifically pointed out that Yang Chen would accompany him. It was said that there was something to discuss. The island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island came to visit. This level of VIP was the first time that Chunying Palace had received such a grand reception. Not to mention Chunying Palace, even if it was the second-rate sect that was ranked in the top few, which sect had a history of VIP visits like the Lord of Tantai. However, what surprised Yang Chen even more was that the head of the palace actually told Yang Chen that this time the Lord of Tantai was a secret visit. He did not want to make a big fuss and asked Yang Chen not to leak it at will. However, what surprised Yang Chen was that with the Lord of Tantai, in addition to the 2 elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island, there was another person, which turned out to be Shi Shanshan. However, what surprised Yang Chen was that with the Lord of Tantai, in addition to the 2 elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island, there was another person, which turned out to be Shi Shanshan. Yang Chen also knew the 2 elders. One was Min Huafeng, a master of the Deshang stage, the leader of the great calamity of the demonic arts. The other was Guan Yueying, who chased Yang Chen in the vast sea for a month and later became a friend of the Yuanying stage ancestor. The appearance of the Lord of Tantai was like that of a person in his 30s. His face was full of smiles, and it looked very sunny. If they didn't know her identity, they would think that she was just a woman full of optimism about life. They would never think that she was one of the leaders of several major Dao sect, a powerful character who could decide the life and death of many people with a single thought. In addition to the Lord of Tantai, the people who came were all acquaintances, and they were all people who were inclined to Chunyang Palace. It was a bit strange that they came so secretly. However, since the other party had something to discuss, of course, it was normal to bring people who would not cause misunderstanding in Chunyang Palace. This old woman has something to discuss with the palace master. You young people, it is better to communicate more. Unexpectedly, after seeing Yang Qin, the Lord of Tantai just looked at Yang Qin up and down carefully, and then pushed Shi Shanshan out, letting her get along with Yang Qin alone. It seemed that they were supporting Shi Shanshan and Yang Qin with their own identity, but the whole secret action was strange, which made Yang Qin very confused. He didn't know what the idea of the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island was. Shi Shanshan was cold in front of outsiders, but in front of several elders of the sect, she still had a respectful look. Listening to the funny words of the island master, there was a rare blush on her face. There was a touch of coquettish expression in the coldness. Almost in an instant, the Lord of Tantai, Elder Min, and Elder Guan, who were also women, were outshone. Yang Qin, you take Fairy Shi to Meiqing Mountain. You have to entertain Fairy Shi. The master of the palace also commanded. The smile on his face could not be seen whether it was a performance in front of the Lord of Tantai, or if he was really optimistic about Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan. What else could Yang Qin say? He could only salute and leave with Shi Shanshan. Thinking about it, it was also funny. He and Shi Shanshan were already people who were over 100 years old, but they were still said to be young people by the elders. Shi Shanshan's face returned to that kind of frost, because the master of the palace said to be secretive and not to reveal the news of the arrival of the Lord of Tantai. Yang Qin directly put Shi Shanshan into the shuttle and soon flew to a high cliff and then came out. I haven't tasted the tea you made for a long time. It just so happens that the tea here is a lot better. Do you want to try it? Yang Qin looked at Shi Shanshan, who was standing on the cliff and looking at the scene of the mountains spreading under the cliff, smiled and asked, I got a good spirit spring. Chapter 572. From the Blue Cloud Sect Auction. Shi Shanshan turned her head and suddenly asked, Did you buy it with little Shui? Huh. Yang Qin didn't expect that Shi Shanshan knew so clearly about his own things in the Blue Cloud Sect, but he didn't feel surprised. He just nodded. I bought it under the guise of alchemy. However, I have tasted it myself. The most suitable thing is to make wine and tea. Seeing that Yang Qin didn't want to admit it, the frost on Shi Shanshan's face seemed to be a little less. Her hands shook, and a complete set of tea sets appeared in her hands. Yang Qin's movements were not slow. The profound spirit furnace quickly appeared in his hands. He used his spiritual power to urge the new buds of the old tea tree. After a while, he picked it up and began to fry it in the profound spirit furnace. If someone knew that Yang Qin actually used the profound spirit furnace with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire just to fry tea, they would definitely scold Yang Qin for wasting natural resources. But Shi Shanshan did not blame him at all. Instead, she looked forward to it. She had no other hobbies, only delicious tea. It was rare that Yang Qin still had a common interest with her, and Yang Qin's tea frying technique was not ordinary, which made her look forward to the better tea that Yang Qin said. The effect of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was not generally good, and Yang Qin, in order to take care of Shi Shanshan's taste, even in the process of frying, slightly added some seventh metal spirit power in it. Presumably, with Shi Shanshan's metal attribute spirit root physique, after tasting it, she would feel more memorable. The water was, of course, the spirit spring water that Yang Qin bought from the Blue Cloud Sect Auction House. As for the work of making tea, it was handed over to Shi Shanshan herself. Looking at a cold and incomparable beauty skillfully boiling tea, every move revealed a kind of fresh and refined beauty. It was really very eye-catching. The tea had not yet been drunk, and it seemed that he had already felt the delicious taste. Have a taste of my cooking. Although Shan was cold and arrogant in front of Yang Qin, she didn't have any intimate expression on her face. Whether it was her actions or words, she seemed to be serving her husband. Even when she brought the teacup to Yang Qin, she held it with both hands. A mouthful of hot tea entered the stomach, and the whole person seemed to be warm, especially when it was mixed with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire and seventh metal spirit power. It was even more memorable. Even Yang Chen, the culprit, was enjoying it so much, so Shan was even more intoxicated. This time, the stir-frying of the tea leaves clearly reflected Yang Chen's control after his cultivation had improved. The age was not bad, and the heat control was even more unbelievable. In particular, the hard feeling hidden in the tea was like metal, which made Shan extremely infatuated. When the tea entered her mouth, even the spiritual power of the whole body was stirred up, as if it was attracted by that mouthful of tea. The enjoyment of a short moment was almost comparable to the effect of the usual circulation. Shan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She didn't expect that Yang Chen's tea would be so different from before. No matter how delicious it was before, it was just a simple delicacy. But now it actually had an impact on her own cultivation, which was by no means described as delicious. Looking at Shan's surprised eyes, Yang Qin couldn't help but laugh. The reason why he didn't say a word before was to create such an effect. Sure enough, the purpose of making Shan surprised had been achieved, and Yang Chen was no longer tense and laughed out loud. How is it my craftsmanship has also improved? Yang Chen had the intention to show off and asked with a smile. Looking at Yang Chen's proud face, Shan just gave Yang Chen a slight smile as a reward, and then quickly returned to that frosty expression. If Yang Chen hadn't known from several contacts that Shan did give him a high praise, he might have misunderstood that she was not satisfied. It just so happened that the sun was setting. Looking at the setting sun, neither of them had any interest in talking. They each held a jade cup and took small bites of the delicious food that no one else had tasted before. Even their moods seemed to have calmed down a lot. Keep these well. Drink more when you have time. What Yang Chen had just stir-fried was not just a drink, but a lot more. Yang Chen directly sealed it in a jade box, sealed it with a talisman, and handed it to Shan. Thank you. Shan didn't stand on ceremony at all, and directly took it and put it away. There's no need to say such words between you and me, Yang Qin said casually, but immediately he realized that he had said something wrong, and it was too late to take it back. You're right. There's no need to thank me between you and me. Shan took it seriously, and the corner of her mouth slightly curled up, which was a sign of happiness. Yang Qin couldn't help sighing again. How could he be so impatient when facing a beauty, and even say such words of misunderstanding? Could it be that he couldn't resist a beauty? Or was it because of Shan's prestige in the future that she had to pay attention to him? It was hard to explain, but there was one thing that Yang Chen couldn't deny. He liked to sit somewhere casually with Shan, and they didn't talk much, but just enjoyed the surrounding scenery and drank the delicious tea. He didn't know why, whether it was fighting or leisure. It seemed that Yang Qin and Shan had a sense of silent, tacit understanding. Shan also enjoyed this atmosphere. She didn't speak for a long time. It wasn't until the night fell that she sighed and suddenly said, Yang Qin, I told the island master about what happened last time. Yang Qin grunted and didn't say much. Shan was originally a person of the Green Jade Immortal Island. If she told the island master about her own whereabouts, what was the fuss about? That batch of 10,000 years elixir, the island master also knows. Shan said again. And that's yours. Yang Chen had a sentence, but it was a little more, once again recognizing the ownership of Shan. And this sentence made Shan imagine a lot of things that she could no longer say. She thought that Yang Chen would be a little surprised or even uneasy, but she didn't expect Yang Chen to have no reaction at all. Sure Shanshan understood that Yang Qin really regarded those things as hers and never thought of occupying them. This feeling of being trusted seemed to be different from the sect. This time, I want to ask you for one thing. Sure Shanshan bowed slightly and said in a low voice, "What is it?" Yang Qin still asked in a calm tone. The raw materials of the questioning inner heart pill are those 10,000 years elixir. Sure Shanshan's eyes stared at the ground and did not look at Yang Qin. She asked carefully, "Can you help me and use my medicinal materials to help refine a batch of questioning inner heart pills?" Chapter 573. There were not many alchemy masters among the cultivators. It was not that everyone did not want to refine pills, but because of talent, perception, hobbies, and so on, the number of alchemy masters was not very many. Therefore, it was commonplace to prepare their own medicinal materials and then ask an alchemy master to help them refine it. Yang Chen was invited by Elder Wu Xiong to participate in the process of refining the heaven-seizing pill. Not only him, Deng Ya, Zhu Peng, Lin Yun, even Fan Shan, who was not an alchemy master, had such an experience. It was not surprising that Sure Shanshan made this request to Yang Chen. However, because of the special nature of the questioning inner heart pill, it was now an exclusive resource of the Chunyang Palace. Sure Shanshan was not sure whether Yang Chen would agree to her request. Asking it out, her mood was also very perturbed. "Good," Yang Chen answered almost without thinking, so that Sure Shanshan, a person who was always cold, could not help but show a hint of surprise. "However, what are you going to give me as an alchemy master?" Yang Chen did not wait for Sure Shanshan to have any more reaction and immediately asked. It was also a very normal thing for an alchemy master to help others refine pills and receive remuneration. In fact, almost all the pill masters did the same without any exception. She did not expect Yang Chen to be so straightforward. Sure Shanshan was still in shock. When she heard Yang Chen's question, she immediately reacted and hurriedly said, "What conditions do you want?" "What do I want?" Yang Chen looked at Sure Shanshan with a smile and asked with a little bad intention. "As long as the green jade Immortal Island can come up with it." Sure Shanshan did not fall into Yang Chen's trap, but replied steadily, "Then there is no problem." Yang Chen smiled and said, "When the island master and the head of the palace discuss the results, I will think about what I want." This was very normal. After all, Yang Chen was still a person of Chunyang Palace. Such a big thing, of course, he had to communicate with the head of the palace. Sure Shanshan understood this. In fact, Yang Chen's actions were the same as what she had told the Lord of Tantai about what had happened. It was all because of their positions. In fact, Chunyang Palace auctioned the questioning inner heart pill a few years ago, and the sect bought one. Sure Shanshan suddenly spoke after sitting silently for a while, regardless of whether Yang Chen was listening or not. However, she knew that Yang Chen could definitely hear it. "You must have spent a lot of money, right?" Yang Chen didn't know how grand the auction was, nor did he know what the final price was, but he knew that it must have cost a lot. Together with the one above, the sect's best alchemist, Hall Master Duan, used a total of 3 for research, and each one was dismantled into powder. Sure Shanshan didn't know what kind of mentality she had. She always felt that she had to tell Yang Chen about this to feel better. She slowly said, "I already know what the medicinal materials you used are, but I have no clue about the refining technique you used." Sure enough, it was the style of a big sect, knowing the preciousness of the questioning inner heart pill, knowing that a questioning inner heart pill could become a master of the Deshang stage, but they could still resolutely take out 3 questioning inner heart pills for research in order to be able to refine the questioning inner heart pill. It was a big move, but unfortunately they still underestimated the questioning inner heart pill. The reason why the questioning inner heart pill could have the effect of the questioning inner heart pill, the medicinal materials used only accounted for 30% of the credit. The remaining 70% was all because of the refining technique. Holding the questioning inner heart pill was like knowing the refining technique. Unless one had the level of a 7th grade alchemist master, it was simply impossible. A 7th grade alchemist master, even in the immortal world, was not so easy to find a master, not to mention in the mortal world. Even if all the alchemists in the mortal world were added up, it was impossible to understand the refining technique of the questioning inner heart pill. After spending a lot of money, they finally had to find Yangchen again. Speaking of it, the Green Jade Immortal Island was also very helpless. However, the power of the questioning inner heart pill was obvious to all. The island master and the elders witnessed it with their own eyes. They had to promise greater benefits to the Chunyang Palace in exchange for a batch of questioning inner heart pills. Compared with resources, the most important thing in the sect was still people. As long as the masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island emerged endlessly, they could always prosper, and how many resources they wanted could be done. It just so happened that Shi Shanshan and Yangchen had such a relationship. Of course, the sect had to make use of it. Shi Shanshan was also asked by the sect. After hesitating for a long time, she said that she had gone out with Yangchen, and now there was a batch of elixirs in Yangchen's place. Since there was this origin, then everything was easy to say. The Lord of Tantai let Shi Shanshan and Yangchen go out alone. He also hoped that Shi Shanshan could persuade Yangchen to take action. She and Elder Guan and Elder Min were to persuade the head of the palace. Shi Shanshan was very worried that Yangchen would resist, so at the beginning, she was careful not to mention this matter, but she did not expect that Yangchen did not mean to make things difficult at all. He just asked for the reward, normally. It was 100 times smoother than the imagination of the Lord of Tantai and Shi Shanshan. The more this was the case, the more Shi Shanshan felt that there seemed to be a place in her heart that was slowly loosening and softening. She and Yangchen were originally because of a misunderstanding. Of course, the initiator was herself. She didn't know what the elders of the sect were thinking, but they were vigorously matchmaking. However, after several contacts, Shi Shanshan became more and more familiar with Yangchen, and she was also afraid of the silent, tacit understanding between the two of them. Yangchen never asked for any further contact, which was exactly what Shi Shanshan wanted. However, the feeling of more and more tacit understanding made Shi Shanshan afraid. She was afraid that one day she would not be able to put on that cold face in front of Yangchen. If. Shi Shanshan hesitated for a long time, but still asked carefully, "If your head also agrees, what kind of reward do you want?" "Fire seed." Yangchen almost did not hesitate to blurt out, "The 3rd grade fire seeds and the 4th grade fire seeds other than the few fire seeds I specified. How much?" Hearing that Yangchen only wanted the fire seeds, Shi Shanshan's heart was even more relieved. For a big sect like the Green Jade Immortal Island, the 3rd and 4th grade fire seeds were not so unimaginable, it was very common. That depends on how many questioning inner heart pills you want. Yangchen smiled and said very casually, "Your share is enough to make 2 furnaces of questioning inner heart pills. With my current ability, I can make at least 20. In exchange for a 5th grade fire seed, plus 10 kinds of 4th grade fire seeds, plus 40 kinds of 3rd grade fire seeds. Isn't that too much?" A questioning inner heart pill could help a master of the Deshang stage. To put it bluntly, if the Green Jade Immortal Island was willing, each one could upgrade a Yuanying stage master from the peak Yuanying stage to the Deshang stage. If there were really 20 masters of the Deshang stage, even if it was the Taishaman plus the 5-element sect, they would have to look at the face of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 574. With 20 Deshang stage masters in exchange for a 5th grade fire seed, plus 10 4th grade fire seeds, plus 40 3rd grade fire seeds, the Green Jade Immortal Island was not suffering a loss, but it was a big bargain. Shi Shanshan once again fell into a sluggish state. She could not imagine that Yangchen would refine the questioning inner heart pills for them at such a low price. If it was any alchemy master, it was estimated that they would take this opportunity to blackmail them, right? The only explanation was that it was because of herself. Sher Shanshan almost unceremoniously attributed the reason to herself. Of course. Thinking like this, Sher Shanshan did not say a word. Why is your body shape getting more and more outrageous? After a long time, Sher Shanshan asked. However, looking at this posture, it seemed to be breaking the deadlock. Otherwise, with the change in Yang Chen's body shape, anyone could see it when they met. How could it be said at this time? It's just a kind of body refining cultivation method. Yang Chen smiled and stood up. It's not early. Let's go back first. I guess the island master and the head of the sect have been waiting impatiently. This time, Sher Shanshan didn't say anything more. She got up and followed Yang Chen, and quickly returned to the Chunying Palace Hall. As Yang Chen expected, the island master and the two elders had already arranged a residence under the secret and warm hospitality of the Chunying Palace. Elder Gao Shiyan was still waiting here alone. Sher Shanshan was a guest. Elder Gao directly sent a core Jiran stage disciple to send Sher Shanshan to the large courtyard where the island master and the two elders lived. After settling everything, he returned to the hall with Yang Chen. After placing the restrictions, Elder Gao directly made a few secret techniques. The figure of Yang Chen and Elder Gao appeared in the passage of the Blue Vault Mountain Immortal's cave. Along the corridor into the hall, he saw the head of the palace and several other elders. Yang Chen, Fairy Sher should have told you the purpose of the Lord Tantai's visit, right? Palace Master Zhang Jiao did not say anything else to Yang Chen, and directly asked him to sit down. Yes. Yang Chen nodded. What do you mean? Asked the Palace Master. I'll do as you say, Palace Master. If Palace Lord agrees, this disciple will concoct pills for them. If the Palace Master isn't willing, then forget it. Yang Chen had to agree with the sect on this matter. The attitude of Yang Chen, the head of the palace, and the elders certainly wanted to see it. Everyone listened to Yang Chen's words and silently nodded in approval. The meaning of the Lord Tantai is to give half of the income of the 100,000 Mountains Green Jade Immortal Island to the sect within 20 years. In the future, we will have more cooperation between the two sides. The head of the palace nodded and said the sincerity of the Lord Tantai today. What do you think? This question was clearly to listen to Yang Chen's decision. The head of the palace spoke, but none of the elders behind him questioned it, indicating that everyone already had the same idea. Yang Chen had been regarded by everyone as an elder-level existence who could express opinions. This disciple is terrified. Yang Chen couldn't help but be moved. He was just a small Jiran. In the Chunyang Palace, his cultivation base was not the top, but he got this kind of honor. Don't have any burden. You tell me your opinion. The head of the palace waved his hand and stopped Yang Chen's words. Your opinion is very important. When the palace master said this, Yang Chen couldn't help but be flattered. It seemed that as long as Yang Chen said he was not willing, the sect intended to push away this possible cooperation. Please forgive this disciple. Yang Chen knew that he could not open his mouth. He could only apologize first, and then slowly said, since the Lord Tantai is sincere, this disciple thinks that he might as well cooperate. Anyway, this questioning inner heart pill, no matter when it is needed, with this cooperation, maybe it can make the relationship between the two sides closer, and my sect can also take advantage of the opportunity to improve its strength. Well, if this is the case, then tomorrow I will reply to the Lord Tantai. The head of the palace smiled and said, we old guys also think that this is a good opportunity. However, cooperation is cooperation. Your share can't be cheap to them. Just open your mouth. The Green Jade Immortal Island is rich and overbearing. It is not in line with their identity. This disciple also said to Fairy Sher that I want some fire seeds as a reward. Yang Chen did not conceal the elders, and directly said the reward and process he proposed at the time, Presumably, the Green Jade Immortal Island is a big family that will not care about this little compensation, right? Hearing that Yang Qin had already thought of it in front of everyone, and even proposed his own personal reward, the head of the palace and several elders all laughed at the same time. Yang Qin even limited the number of refining, 20 pills in 2 furnaces. Others were not clear, but were they not clear? Yang Qin gave the sect 25 second grade, questioning inner heart pills in 1 furnace. After 2 furnaces, he gave the Green Jade Immortal Island 21st grade, questioning inner heart pills. The sect must at least get this number of 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills. This was still the most conservative estimate. With so many 2nd grade questioning inner heart pills, almost everyone present could guarantee that as long as they concentrated on cultivation, they would be able to enter the Deshang stage. If there were so many Deshang stage masters in the Chunyang Palace, wouldn't it be able to enter the ranks of the first-class sect? If these additional benefits were not counted, just half of the income of the 100,000 Mountains Green Jade Immortal Island for 20 years was enough to match the accumulation of hundreds of years when Yang Qin first entered the Chunyang Palace 100 years ago. Chunyang Palace was indeed ushering in the best development opportunity in history. These were still physical benefits. The Green Jade Immortal Island owed the Chunyang Palace a favor because of this time. The favor of the Green Jade Immortal Island was enough to be worth the same amount of material goods. This time, the Chunyang Palace absolutely made a lot of money. Early the next morning, the master of the palace personally went to the guest house to visit the Lord of Tantai and explain the intention of cooperation. Yang Chen's own requirements. Sure Shanshan had already told the island master. Hearing that they could get at least 20 questioning inner heart pills, the Lord of Tantai and the 2 elders were overjoyed. As for the fire seeds Yang Chen asked for, it was really not a big deal for the Green Jade Immortal Island. Both sides achieved their own goals, and everyone was happy. With these 20 questioning inner heart pills, the Green Jade Immortal Island strength would definitely soar, and the Chunyang Palace would also enter the ranks of rapid development. The win-win situation made everyone smile. The success of the cooperation was inevitable to celebrate. Yang Chen's Jade Dragon wine naturally became a must-have wine. When the guests and hosts were happy, Su Qingxin of the Foreign Affairs Hall came to the side of the master of the palace with a strange look. "What's the matter?" Looking at Su Qingxin's strange face, the master of the palace asked, not avoiding the Lord of Tantai. "There are a few friends from Taishimen saying that there are important things, and they want to visit the palace master." Su Qingxin hurriedly replied loudly,